Peace. We back for another show. This is episode 132. We got things to talk about. No, but salute to Jay MMA for doing that interview yesterday. Appreciate you, my brother. We still didn't do our talk after the show, but I appreciate you. Shout out to everybody that showed up. We got a lot of new people that showed up. I didn't check my subscriber list, but I'm pretty sure we hit 400. Let's get 1,000. But salute to everybody that showed up yesterday. Appreciate y'all. I did really three shows yesterday. All right, let me see what YouTube is looking like. All right, got YouTube up, booted up. Let me give it a few seconds because somebody gonna pop up here. I know I'm late today. I know they're like, Poe late. I was think Poe gonna do the show. I really was thinking about, I was like, Dad, I should take a day off. But nah, I'm good. I know I'm gonna be struggling for topics, but I'm good. I'm gonna learn this. Do it enough, I'm gonna learn it become natural. I don't want to get too comfortable, but yeah. Yes, again, shout out to JMMA. Everybody showed up yesterday. We had Jay Shep in the house. We had King Juice in the house. We had Box Eye View in the house. We had all these people in this. I apologize to those that showed up and I didn't reply to them because I was trying to focus on, what I was gonna ask Jay and what questions with Jay. I was trying to see how I was gonna hit him with certain questions. I really had more questions than I asked them, but I said, no, I'm not going with all them questions. And I know some people didn't like my style of questioning. I'm not going to be super aggressive to somebody because y'all have different opinions about stuff. Even if I have a different opinions with somebody, I'm not going to be super aggressive. That's not my character. I can get there, but I don't want to get there. Why? I think you get more done by letting the person talk, and you see where their brain is at. All right, let me see. Give me a second. And like I say, this is our show. If you want to come on, I give you the floor. Or we could talk. We come on the show, we could talk. You had a busy day again. Dang, this week gonna be real busy for me. Hope I don't miss any shows. Alright, alright. It's gonna seem like some topics seem like I'm keep repeating, but no, some topics I mentioned them, but I didn't go into depth with them. A lot of people want to know exactly what I mean and could I break down certain things. Matter of fact, this is one of the my ideas. I want a lot of y'all to support this idea or give feedback and I can add on to it. What you think should be added. Because this is when I say this is our community, like if we making ideas, come together and build on each other idea. But like, all right, well, I like this part of it, but you should change this. We all in the community, we all critique each other. But yeah, I be having a lot of ideas, and I want to some of them y'all can help critique them. All right. This is that contract system I always talk about. I really want. I'm gonna keep. I think I might keep building on it to make it a little more digestible to some people, because some people think is that contract system might be annoying or it might slow down. Hey, I just want to do a quick game, but you're not toggling options. You're signing bout agreements. Let me read the title of the blog. Sign the bout, a commission style contract system for online boxing games. You're not toggling options. You're signing a bout agreement. Presentation pillar. Commission sanctioned bout sheet, official, stamp, weight class, venue, referee assignment. These are the things you get to adjust for gameplay. Rules meeting, locker room handshake. Both corners review and agree. Promoter and sanctioning body flavor. Rank bout, title bout, eliminator exhibition. Visual signatures. Accepted status from both corners before the bell. Flow overview. Bout offer. Challenge screen. Player A chooses venue, commission, cosmetic, but sets default rules preset. Bout type. Ranked, unranked, private gym spar, title fight, if eligible. Weight class and rounds. Rule set preset. Classic, modern, simulation, competitive, custom. Then they set a bout offer to player B. Bout fill UI, a fight poster preview on the left, contract pack on the right. So this is like a game design setup, but I'm reading it off like the ideas within the game design, the UI, everything. Rules meeting, negotiation screen. There should be a negotiation screen. Both players see the same bout agreement split in two tabs. Tab A, about design. Non-negotiable hard locks. Weight class. Lock once opponent accepts. Rounds. Locked once opponent accepts. Venue, cosmetic. Ranked, unranked. Locked once accepted. Tab B, permissible techniques. The what allowed heart of it. This is where your game continuous mechanics get standardized. Each item is allowed, limited, not allowed, with a clear description. Example, clinching, off, break only, manual clinch, limited duration, full clinch system, inside fighting, allowed, reduce effectiveness, disable, spar mode, power punch, allowed, limited, stamina drain, disabled, training, spam safeguards, combo cap, repeated strike dampening, toggles presented as commission, anti-stalling, anti-abuse regulation. Stun days states, full sim, reduced competitive tunes. Bodywork effectiveness, sim, hybrid, nerfed, only if both agree. Key, every item has a boxing language label, not nerf buff. Example words, clinching protocol. Referee breaks quickly. Ref allows work. Hands free, tie up prohibited. Tab C, officiating and fouls. Commission rules. Low blow system, strict, standard, off. Head clash, cuts. On, off if your game supports it. Holding and hitting, warning system, immediate break. Rabbit punches, behind the head zone, strict, standard. Protect yourself at all times. Enforcement, cheap shots after break, etc. Tab D, scoring and win conditions. Scoring 10-point must, standard. Aggression weight. Damage weight, custom. Knockdowns. 3 knockdown room on or off. Standing 8 count. If your game has it, on or off. Doctor stoppages. Tower corner, allowed, not allowed. Draw handling, allowed. Sudden death round. Judge preference. Latency and competitive integrity must be explicit, must be enforced. This is huge for trust. Network minimum. Commission requires stable connection. Ping thresholds and packet loss. Input delay compensation on off if available. Desync protection, auto no contest if severed. This right here is gonna always bother people. If something happened like a power outage or something happened and they're gonna they want to win, I think it should be a no contest myself. No contest. Neither one of y'all get it. So desync protection, auto no contest if severe. Replay and audit, auto save the last 30 seconds of disputes, private matches. Boxing fill UI, commission standards, box with green check marks, when criteria met. Corner approval. Let me see anybody pop up in here. Nobody popped in. Nobody don't pop in before I finish reading what I'm reading. I might just step. All right. Corner approval. Mutual corner consent. Each corner gets review summaries. 1-page bout sheets, toggle by toggle. Summary with plain English. Clinch, break only. 3 knockdown rules. On, cuts off. Scoring 10 points must. A short rules meeting timer, optional. Nobody stalls forever. Then player B can accept, counter, or walk away. If countered, player A reviews differences with red line markups like little contract reversions. No bell until both sign. The bout sheet, the thing players remember. Give it real boxer energy. It should look like an official commission form. Bout agreement. Each each Friday night fights, no, even event Friday night fights. Contestants, blue corner versus red corner. Weight 147. This is an example. 147 weight class. Round 10. Referee assigned or AI style. Judges 3 ringside. Rules. Addendum highlights. Clinch protocol, break only, low blow, strict. 3 knockdown rules on. Scoring 10-point must. Clean punch priority. Connection standards must meet stability minimum. Then signature boxes, blue corner sign, red corner sign, commission stamp approved. Make it fast, preset and negotiable. See this right here will work more for you, Jay, if you thinking it's gonna be like too long to do all that. So with make it fast with presets and negotiables. Most players don't want 40 toggles every time. So do this. Presets. 1 click. Simulation rules, commission. Competitive rules, league. Classic rules, retro. Gym spar, safe mode. Custom. Negotiables. Only 6 to 10 items per rule set. Everything else is locked behind a preset or negotiation stays focused. Example, negotiables list, clinch protocol, stun intensity, knockdown rules, cut systems, scoring emphasis, round length, ref strictness, anti-abuse safeguards, prevent gotcha settings. You want 0. I didn't realize you turned that off. Rules. Any change from the preset triggers a red amended stamp on the bout sheet. If a player tries to start the match without reviewing adamants, force a quick initial each adamant step. Hidden settings don't exist. Everything important appears on the 1-page summary. Post-fight, the contract becomes part of the record. After the match, fight record shows the rule set badge and key clause icon. Both agreements is viewable in match history. Rematch button automatically proposes the same contract. Run it back under the same terms. This creates a real sense of sanctioning continuing. Boxing feel, presentation tricks that land hard. Pre-fight, a short rules meeting, cut in, 2 corners, ref in the middle, where the contract highlights appears as low third graphics, audio, pen, sign in, sound effects. I don't gotta go through all that. A smart add-on, player camp policy. Let players set a default stance. Always allow clinch work. Never accept cuts. Competitive only. Simulation only. When challenged, the game auto flags conflicts. This offer violates your camp policy. Cuts on. What this solves, it practically stops rule disputes mid-fights, make online play feels like boxing culture, not just a menu. Let sim players and competitive players coexist without forcing one vision. Creates a social layer. Negotiating a fight feels like part of the sport. That's what I'm trying to do, y'all. Read it yourself. I know it's some of it might sound a little too technical, but I might do a version, not being disrespectful. Uh, um, signing about version for dummies. That went to go see my wife today. I know it sounds like I got a stuffed up nose. I got a slight infection in my nostril. I'm gonna take some herbs after this. It clears right up, like within like 5 seconds. Take some herbs. Yeah, I got a slight sinus infection for some strange reason. I gotta do a fast and a cleanse. Let me see. All right. Let me see if anybody pop in. Nobody popped in. Let me hit YouTube Twitter right fast. Like I always say, any of y'all could show up and be on the show. This is our show. It's our show. We are live. Oh yeah, it's just he's an author and he deals in the gaming community. If any of y'all want to take my place, because he want to interview me about boxing video games, and he was talking about the Fight Night series and stuff like that. I haven't played all the Fight Night series. I watched other people I watched like videos and stuff of people playing it. I haven't played every Fight Night champion. I mean every Fight Night game. I then play all of the Knockout Kings. So, y'all might have a little more insight. Whoever want to do the interview, I can let y'all go on my place. Be a representative if y'all want to. I was going to try to get Brown and Zeke or somebody like that to for him to do an interview with them instead of me. So if y'all want to, let me know. I'll tell him. I didn't even reply back to him. I know that's very unprofessional. What's up, Lamont Davis? Appreciate you popping in. I thought nobody was gonna show up because I'm late again. Went to help my wife do something, and when I got home, I knocked out. Let me see. Hope you had a great day, man. I had a good show yesterday because I literally did 3 videos yesterday. I did the early show, I did an earlier show, then I did a reaction video which I hate the way that it came out, but I'm gonna still put it up. Then I did with Jay, and that went longer than I thought it was gonna go. But salute to Jay. Jay was very patient and everything. I wasn't there to attack Jay. My thing is, like with everybody, I try to see how y'all think, what's your perspective. That's my main thing. I want to see what's your perspective about things. And and Jay, we still put that conversation behind the scenes. So, set that up. All right. I'm back on this hybrid myth thing. I know y'all like, Paul, you stay on that hybrid thing because a lot of people don't understand the hybrid thing. It bothers, yeah, it bothers a lot of us, not only me, everybody. Even the casual fan, that bothers them. A casual fan, they rather for it to be casual. If it's gonna be casual, let it be casual. See, the hybrid myth. Why boxing games don't need to please everyone. Why boxing games don't need to please everyone. My thing is, these companies, they be trying to please everyone, then they end up losing out on everyone. Or the main, like if they feel like, hey, we're gonna make a hybrid game for the hardcore fans and the casual fans. And it's gonna like I keep telling people, and this is truth, 100% truth. It's always gonna lean more towards the arcade side. So the hardcore fans gonna always complain. And eventually they might leave depending on how much that arcade shows up. Let me start my episode of the hybrid episode that I was going to talk about. That phrase, let me see. Hybrid, that's the phrase that we're talking about today. You heard it before. We need a hybrid game. It has to appeal to hardcore fans and casual fans. That's mostly what developers say. And their thing is they try to get people to believe that's what you want. It's like somebody know you want something, but then they tell you how you should digest it or how you should want it. Hybrid. You've heard it before. We need a hybrid game. It has to appeal to hardcore fans and casual fans. You can't alienate the wider audience. That's what people say. All of those together. I mean, those all was different phrases. Let me read it in a way that, because the way I read it, it sounded like it was one sentence. You've heard it before. We need a hybrid game. We heard that. It has to appeal to hardcore fans and casual fans. We heard that. You can't alienate the wider audience. We heard that. The wider audience will never be a hybrid audience. People keep saying, oh, it's a hybrid. No, once you say hybrid, it's arcade automatically. But here's the question nobody ever seems willing to ask. Who decided realism and accessibility are opposites? Who decided realism and accessibility are opposites? Because real boxing, already solved that problem decades ago. What hybrid really means in practice. When companies say hybrid, what they usually mean is this: simplify systems, flatten styles, normalize stamina, reduce consequences, remove friction, and then call it balance. But boxing is not a balanced sport. Let's say that again to the people in the back. Boxing is not a balanced sport. It never has been. Styles are unfair. Matchups are unfair. Ring IQ is unfair. Cardio advantages are unfair. Referees are unfair. So when a game removes those things in the name of being welcoming, what it's actually doing is removing boxing. You heard that, Ash? You heard that, Will? Did you hear that, Will? Did you hear that, investors? Did you hear that, publishers? A hybrid approach doesn't land in the middle. It always slides toward arcade design because arcade design is safer, faster, easier to defend publicly. The last two words is the ones that mean the most. Faster and easier. That's why they try to make the hybrid versions. Boxing fans are in a niche. They're the foundation. There's a myth that hardcore boxing fans are a small, loud majority. That's false. Boxing fans watch 12-round fights, understand footwork, pacing, fence, argue about judges, referees, and tactics, rewatch fights from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. These are not people with short attention spans, and they're the part that gets ignored. Casual fans learn from depth. They don't learn from shallowness. Nobody became a deeper boxing fan because a game removed clinching, stamina variances, and referee behaviors. They learned because systems existed and curiosity did the rest. That's how 2K did. I know that's a trigger word. All right, let me see what's going on in the chat. Salute Legendary Boxing 2026. Okay. Appreciate y'all popping in. Let me see how many people shadow walks in. We got 13 people shadow watching. Or they popped in and popped out. All right. Sliders, options, and responsibility. Here's the uncomfortable truth for developers. You don't need a hybrid game. You need options. Options. Sliders, toggles, rule sets, AI tendencies, difficulty layers. Let casual players turn assists on. Simplify controls. Reduce penalties. And let boxing fans deal with fatigue properly. Experience style clashes. Use ring control and positioning. Exploit or suffer from referee behavior. That's not splitting the community. That's respecting intelligence. Let me say this to the people in the background. That's not splitting the community. That's respecting intelligence. Other genres do this without panic. Racing games do it. Flight sims do it. Strategy games do it. Only sports games pretend this is impossible. The developers act like it's impossible. It's not impossible at all. And they're going to try to frame it. Oh, it's difficult. It's time consuming. Stop, man. They wasting more time doing nothing. So it's not time consuming. Why developers feel realism? This part matters. Realism introduces accountability. If stamina is real, players will expose exploits. If styles matter, balance arguments get uncomfortable. Ash, balance, will, balance. Steel City, balance. When they be saying that balance stuff, them the words that I know the code words. If styles matter, balance arguments get uncomfortable. For who? Ash, Will. I don't think it's so much Ash is Will, the publishers and investors. That's when they get uncomfortable. If referees exist, decisions get questioned. If referees exist, decisions get questioned. Arcade system protect developers because everything is predictable. That's why I be saying when I be hearing people talk about Undisputed or Fight Night, everything they want it to be predictable. They want everything in the ring it supposed to go this way. No. Boxing is unpredictable. You have to think. You have to change certain things because of the person you're fighting. And you might fight that same person 2 or 3 times, and he shouldn't be doing the same thing, especially depending on his IQ or his trainer. He shouldn't be doing the same thing. And I know y'all saying, Poe, you're getting too deep. That's too much. No, it's not. Because if it's too much, that's when you could toggle it off or you don't play them modes. And y'all keep giving developers space to not add anything. If it's up to a lot of these developers, we will have 2 M's on the board fighting. We will still have Activision Boxing. So stop giving them room to not give us what we want. And stop saying that's too much. It really isn't. The moment a company admits that boxing games should reflect boxing unfairness, they also admit that let me read this again. The moment a company admits that boxing games should reflect boxing unfairness, they also admit that one-size-fits-all designs doesn't work. Ratings alone are meaningless. 290 rated boxers should feel nothing alike. And this is the thing. The ratings alone are meaningless. That doesn't mean take away the rating systems. It means you really have to think with your development. Nobody want what Undisputed, what UFC is. UFC the game. Nobody want that tier system. Or let it be an option, but nobody really wants that tier system. When you got what I was just reading, and that's a harder game to defend, but better one. It's a better one to build. Let me read it again. Because I stopped and start, conversating. Don't make everything come together cohesively. The moment a company admits that boxing games should reflect boxing unfairness, they also admit that one-size-fits-all design doesn't work. Ratings alone are meaningless. 290 rated boxers should feel nothing alike, and that's a harder game to defend, but a better one to build. The long-term cost of the hybrid lie. Chasing everyone leads to this cycle. Strong launch curiosity, early sales spike, rapid drop-off, community fragmentation, trust erosion. Hardcore fans leave quietly. Casuals move on loudly. And then the excuse becomes boxing games don't sell. No, watered down boxing games don't retain. And that's the thing. When they say hardcore fans leave quietly, I don't sit up there and complain all the time. A lot of people are like, pull your complaint. I can say one or two things. No, I'm not over complaining. I literally hear the casual players loud in the Discord, loud on Twitter, loud on Facebook, loud on all these different, like they be saying stuff and they literally think they really talking boxing talk. They really say, oh, this is spamming. That, man, you're not talking like a boxer. And then you know what they're quick to say? It's just a game. Hold up, but you said it's just a game, but then you're trying to talk like it's more than just a game. Boxing is a sport. And no matter how you try to chalk it up, boxing is a sport. People get hurt in boxing. So if you're trying to emulate it, you can't get mad at the people that are fans of boxing that give their feedback. Boxing doesn't need to be translated into something else to be fun. That's what I be saying. When people say fun, I be hearing a lot of casual fans say that. I heard a lot of content creators say, well, this is fun. You know, realism not going to be fun. Really? Who you speaking for? Yourself? The casuals? Who are you speaking for? Because when I watch a boxing match, it's fun. And when I see some of these MMA guys, that's what I be getting a little upset about. The MMA guys, they get excited about MMA fights. They super excited. And they complain hard about MMA games, not implementing things. But when it comes to boxing, they don't want the hardcore fans to say anything. That'd be like making me upset. I'd be like, yo, you serious? All right. Boxing doesn't need to be translated into something else to be fun. It needs to be honored. The sport already contains drama, accessibility, death, and spectacle. The problem has never been boxing. It's been fear of committing to it. Stop chasing the hybrid fantasy. Start building systems. Let players decide how deep they want to go. I know y'all been hearing me saying systems a lot. That's from me, reading and studying stuff. Systems is within a game. What we want. You got a arcade system. Systems like different things. It could be a tendency system, a trait system. It's different things. Because y'all gonna, like, the more I read, certain words become. The more I read about the industry, certain words is being more involved in my commentary, my speech, my talks, and stuff like that. And I'll break it down to y'all. Let me see. I like the question thing, so I'll be trying to build questions that some of them I kind of be asking for myself. I put the questions out there and then I answer them. Let me see. You cook and pull. All the developers have to do is listen. Exactly. They really do. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'll be building questions, then I try to answer them myself. But, if y'all got questions y'all want me to answer or any of that, post them. And my thing is, I'm keep asking a lot of people. I said, if you think something can't be added into a boxing game, post it, and I will get back to you with the answer on the show or in private or however you want it. But it'll be weird for you to say you want the answer in private, but you challenge me in public. All right. Loud feedback isn't representative feedback. Loud feedback isn't representative feedback. Modern game development lives online. Discords. I know when y'all heard me say online, you're like, oh, Poe talking about online? No. Modern game development lives online. Talking about communications. Discord, Reddit, Twitter, YouTube comments. It's on every social medias. The problem isn't feedback. It's which feedback gets elevated. That's why when I hear people say, well, the developers or the community managers, they take our feedback. So which feedback are you grabbing up? Which feedback are you snatching up? Who decides? You getting feedback, but if the developers are not hardcore fans or boxing fans, why do they get to decide which feedback they get to pick? The loudest voices tend to be short session players, online only grinders, highlight chasing clip culture, players who equate speed with skills. Their speed, they equate fast pace with, that's, hey, the game supposed to be fast, 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 fast. No. And boxing is not slow. I'm gonna keep repeating that. Boxing is not slow. I don't know why y'all equate slow fighting as boxing. Boxing speed depends on you. You control the momentum of this fight. It's on you. Your thing is you let your opponent dictate the rhythm. He's not doing nothing. I'm not doing nothing. That's on you. You can't complain about, hey, the fight was too slow. Why didn't you do anything to speed it up? That's on you 100%. Don't make everything move fast just to say, all right, it's boxing now. That makes no sense. A boxer shouldn't be moving fast. The movement is, everything is fast. He should move naturally, how he would in real life. If you want to toggle it, that's something different. But by default, boxers should move realistic to themselves. Y'all always try to recreate. I hear people, they really think they're right. In the Discord, I be like, oh my goodness. I said, you serious? They saying that slow is not that slowness. I don't want that realistic slowness stuff. Where do you keep getting these things? The developers be hypnotizing y'all like a mug. That's developer talk. They keep putting out all these narratives that y'all constantly repeating. And you know what? I'm going to break all those narratives. I'm going to break them. I'm going to actually do a show. I don't think I'm going to do it today, but I'm going to do a narrative. I'm going to break all the narratives that y'all love to repeat, and you'll swear that y'all know what y'all talking about. I know what I'm talking about because I do the research on it. I've been around this stuff. And I think if I apply myself enough, I will actually be able to build a game. But I could build a game with no money. I got to have I have to be able to get a loan to be able to build a game model. Then I know how I can get the sponsors and stuff like that. I caught y'all because y'all like, hold up, Poe. Don't you be talking about sponsors and stuff? No, you need a game model first that the sponsors need to see. And a game model is going to probably cost about 25 G's just to make a game model. Because for one, you're going to have to hire at least one developer, at least. And me, I would hire a veteran, and I have to see some of his work. If y'all know what I have seen in the past, when I was helping Round for Round, we was trying to find people to help us build characters. We was trying to get animators and stuff like that. So people were sending me their work to let me see what they're capable of doing. And I was like, yo, this is crazy. This is phenomenal stuff. I say, Dad, if we could get these models in the game, it may, even though it's still, it basically, with the Eddie Hall hyper realistic video and stuff like that, they were doing stuff like that. And I was going bananas. What they did, Tank Davis, they did, who else he did? Did they do Gerald McCullen? They did all these different characters. I was like, yo. But some of them, they send it like a time release, like I could see it, but after a while, I forgot what they call it, but it goes away, so I can't hold on to their work. Let me see. The loudest voices tend to be short session players, online grinders, highlight chasing clip culture, players who equate speed with skill. These voices aren't wrong, but they are situational. Boxing as a sport is slow burning by nature, but not slow in the assets of what in the example of what y'all think slow means. It's not that hyper realistic arcade, anime type stuff, but it's situational. It's kind of your thinking. Everything has a meaning behind it. Everything serves a purpose. Momentum matters, rounds matter, fatigue compounds. Fatigue means something, especially the way you fight. But online, Discord rewards immediacy, not understanding. So what happens, design shifts toward what's easy to explain in a clip, not what holds up after 12 rounds. That's why we're not getting 12 rounds no more. They done came up with their thing. We can't give them 10 and 12 rounds. We even have 15 rounds. They took all that away because of the systems that they built that's triggering other things. Why boxing suffers more than other sports? Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. You cook and pull. Oh, all right. I read that already. Appreciate y'all. Let me see who's shadow watching. 22 people shadow watching. All right. Let me see. All right. Why boxing suffer more than other sports? Here's why boxing games are uniquely vulnerable. In football, basketball, or soccer, systems exist around the player. Teammates absorb complexity. Time limits create natural structure. Boxing has nowhere to hide. Every flaw is stamina logic, movement logic, or damage modeling is fully exposed because it's one human versus another. So instead of embracing that exposure, many developers blunt it. Flatten stamina curves, normalize movement speeds, equalize recovery, minimize punishment for mistakes, not because boxing requires it, but because criticism becomes harder to manage when systems are honest. All right. This is I'm jumping off topic. The survey. We need to get the survey out there to Steel City. We got to keep pushing for a survey. I'm telling y'all, that's the only way we can hold Steel City accountable. That's the only way we could hold any company accountable. Because my thing is, with a survey, all companies, they get to see what fans want and expect, and they cannot say, well, fans did not know what they wanted, so we thought for them. The survey has to be a thing, y'all. I'm telling y'all, we gotta ask Steel City for a survey. We can't let Steel City do it. We can't depend on Steel City to make a boxing game. They're not boxing fans. I don't care if they got CB, and no shade on you, Jay Shep, because I don't know how much they listen to you or whatever. But I know our companies do. So what I'm saying is, we gotta ask them to give us a survey. We also need boxers in the studio too, but we gotta tell them to give us a survey. Or they can use my survey and they can endorse post survey, or get somebody to take my survey and rewrite it more digestible, but not in a way that y'all framing it to like, hey, we already got our ideas. Let's frame it for what we already got planned doing on our roadmap. No, let the survey be your roadmap. We need a survey. I'm sending out a plea to Jay Shep. No, not Jay Shep, because Jay Shep, he's on the team, so he can't do it. But I'm sending no, hold up, Jay Shep. You're a community manager. I keep forgetting that. I used to do surveys. So Jay Shep, you can recommend a survey. You got a voice. All of y'all guys that's community managers, senior moderators and stuff like that, y'all are the community voice. So y'all can push for these surveys. Y'all content creators, y'all can push for these surveys. We need y'all. And like I was about to say, JMMA, we need y'all to say something about the survey. Jay, you need to do that video that you said you was doing. But we need y'all. Prioxis, we need y'all, man. Y'all got to make a video or something like that. Y'all don't have to, but, the community needs y'all. We need y'all right now. I know y'all feel like, man, the survey ain't going to do nothing. Us asking for it doesn't hurt to ask. It doesn't hurt to put that out there. We need y'all, man. Box Eye View, who else? Norton Block, we need y'all, man. Aram, Leafy. Leafy don't really do videos, do we? Leafy, we need you to do a video. Leafy, who else? Don D, Don D, 205. We just need the community. And I'm even pleading to I Game You Watch. We need y'all, man. We need all of y'all. Crooks the Great. Yeah, I said Crooks the Great. We need y'all, man. We need a survey. I know a lot of y'all fear survey because it might prove a lot of y'all wrong. But hey, if y'all feel that y'all right, the survey will tell. We need a survey, y'all. Straight up, we need a survey. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. All right. We definitely need a survey. I'm even gonna go out on a limb, and I know might not even watch this video. Boxing Fanatical, we need you, man. We need you to say we need a survey. Who else I didn't mention? Damn, man, I hate that. There's so many people that I know I don't be wanting to miss out on anybody. But you know, all of y'all know I mean good. You know, we all need a cert. I mean, we need a cert. We need that survey. We need it. It will make greater changes happen. And if y'all don't think it's nothing that hurts with a try, that's what I always taught. If you try, you never know what can happen. All right. Now back to this. The myth of keeping the pace up. The myth of keeping the pace up. You hear this justification a lot. You don't want to slow the action down. But boxing is supposed to slow down sometimes. Pace changes are not downtime. They're tactical phases. Y'all heard that? Slowing down sometimes is tactical phases. When a game refuses to allow clinch stalling, ring cutting, breathing pacing, momentum resets. You see, y'all, that's language, that's boxing, and that's gaming talk. Momentum resets. It is what it sounds like. Momentum resets. When you clinch, you reset certain things. You can break a person rhythm by clinching them. There are different things you can do in boxing that you could break someone rhythm. Like a person can have a rhythm, you jab him, that broke his rhythm. You hit him with two jabs, boom, 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 you broke his rhythm. But he also could break your rhythm from breaking his rhythm. Boxing is more than what people make it out to be. Boxing can be very tactical. Even if you're a brawler or a slugger, people don't realize that. Like, how is a brawler going to be tactical? How can a slugger be tactical? Do your research. I'm not going to give you everything. Sometimes you got to do your own research about stuff. Because when you do the research and then you come back, now you're going to start challenging me with stuff. And that's good. That's great stuff. I hear trainers all the time. They sitting by each other, conversating, hey, well, your fighter didn't do this, your fighter didn't do that. He's keep doing that. Then the other trainer gonna say, hey, yeah, you complaining about what you think he's doing wrong, but he was successful and he beat your fighter. Or he's been successful this long. Like with I bring this up every once in a blue moon. With Emmanuel Stewart. He's a good trainer for the style that he's good for. Like with Prince Nassim, he shouldn't have never tried to change what was successful with Prince Nassim. He could have given him some pointers, but it's like he was trying to change him. He was trying to make Prince Nassim a traditional boxer. No, that's what made him successful the way he fought. You can add little things. That's why I always say my brother was a great trainer. He took the roughest boxer. Like people are like, oh man, you wasting your time. He would take that guy and make him fight a way that he can handle. Yeah, he teach him the basics, but there's certain things that he knew it fit that person. And that's what a great trainer does. And that's what a lot of trainers, major trainers do. Let me see. Let me reread what I read so I can keep y'all on course. When a game refuses to allow clinches, clinch, stalling, ring cutting, breathing space, momentum resets. It removes the ebb so the flow feels artificial. Constant motion doesn't feel intense. Contrast does. And without contrast, everything blends together. Let me see. White boxing fans notice. White boxing fan notice immediately there. This is where boxing fans differ from general sports fans. Boxing fans recognize when spacing is wrong. Boxing fans feel when stamina doesn't carry consequences. Boxing fans notice when styles collapse into the same outcome. They may not always articulate it technically, but they feel it. That feeling is why many fans disengage without drama. No review bombs, no rage posts, just silence. I sort of do that because a lot of people are like, Poe, why weren't you really saying anything? Why aren't you playing the game? No, why am I going to play a game that doesn't live up to what I think a boxing game should be? By me playing it, it means that I'm okay with what I got. That's, to me, that's what I get. A lot of y'all don't, but that's just me. I'm not telling y'all, hey, don't play Undisputed, don't play Fight Night. I'm not saying these things. But my thing is, I'ma just keep pushing for a realistic and hardcore game. A lot of y'all gonna accept things and y'all gonna keep getting the same thing over and over again. All right, let me see. And silence is far more dangerous than complaints. Take that for what it is. Designed by fear versus designed by confidence. Designed by fear versus designed by confidence. A confident boxing game says this system will frustrate you because boxing does. This system will frustrate you because boxing does. A fearful boxing game says, let's make sure nobody ever feels uncomfortable. A fearful boxing game says, and when I say it that way, I'm talking about fearful boxing game design. Let's make sure nobody ever feels uncomfortable. But discomfort is where mastery lives. When you're discomfortable, you do different things. But discomfort is where mastery lives. If a player never has to adjust strategy mid-fights, if a player survives bad rounds, deal with fatigue death, accept stylistic disadvantage. They aren't boxing, they're managing animations. When these things exist, adjust strategy mid-fight, survive bad rounds, deal with fatigue death, accept stylistic disadvantages, then they aren't boxing. They're managing animations. Let me see. You see what y'all saying in the chat. Yeah, but when people say certain things, they're rally val. I say the same thing to people about Tyson, majority. People think he is a slugger. And I tell them he has slugger power, but he's not a slugger. Tyson was a boxer puncher. Yeah, Tyson can box. That shows a boxing fan, and I'm glad you said that. Tyson was a boxer puncher. Tyson had a great jab. If you really listen to a lot of the earlier fights that Tyson had, they said Tyson had a good jab for a person to be that short. Tyson had a great jab. Tyson jabs set it up all his combination. He'd be like, bat, bat. Then he start throwing. If y'all pay attention to it, Tyson hit you with 1, 2, 3 jabs, and then he threw his combinations. So he had to have had a good jab for everything else to work. A lot of people don't see that. And I'm glad you brought that up. I'm speaking a lot of things. I speak from a boxing perspective. A lot of people, they pretend they're boxing fans. They act like they're boxing fans. A lot of people, their boxing fandom came from a video game. Never watched a boxing match in their life. It's from a boxing video game. That's why I say a boxing game, if made right, can make a hardcore fan out of a casual fan. I always say that. Whoever, if you hear anybody else say that, they got that from me. I've been saying that for the last 30 years. A hardcore boxing fan, a hardcore boxing gang can make a realistic boxing gang can make a hardcore fan out of a casual boxing fan. Facts. It's 100% facts. Because I remember when I was in the EA forums, when I used to be talking boxing knowledge in the EA forums, I start making people do homework. They start doing research. Now they coming back challenging me. And I'm happy with them. I'm like, oh, you challenging me. This sound like boxing discussion, not arcade fighting game discussion. Not it's just a game. It's just a game. Not that kind of discussion. And you know what the people in the EA forums want? They started wanting more things. They wanted the game to be better. I start going on different sites. And the thing y'all gotta do, y'all gotta be adamant with, is stop letting companies lump us up together. Because you do have different fan bases, but that don't mean every fan base has to play the exact same way. We should have options. Fans should not be forced to play the exact same way. And by default, the game should be realistic. The casual fans should have options. The hybrid fans should have options. And then they said, well, it's hard to make the game for hardcore fans, hybrid fans, and arcade fans. It's really not. It's really not. Because you getting a game tester to play the game that's a boxing fan. And he know, like he's a boxing fan, because a lot of people, they try to separate. Boxers don't play boxing video games. That's the biggest lie ever. Whoever said that, they must have been living in a cave. There are a lot of boxers that play boxing video games. There's a lot of boxers that didn't play boxing games. But you cannot say there are not people that don't play boxing games that are boxers. But all right, let me get back to my point. You need somebody that's a boxing fan. Let him play the game, and he'll tell you, well, this look realistic. All right, that's hybrid, and that's arcade. He's going to make the distinction. Now you get 3 or 4 people. Give some type of poll or a survey to pick. That's what y'all should do when y'all pick y'all game testers. Do a survey, a short survey to see how they would, if you were testing a boxing game, what does realism look like to you? What does a hybrid look like to you? And what does arcade look like to you? That should be on the survey too. On the survey I'm trying to push. That should be on a survey. What does realism look like to you? What does hybrid look like to you? What does arcade look like to you? And give us those options. Y'all think is y'all trying to be lazy. Y'all lazy. I'm going to be on y'all. I'm going to be on y'all. Y'all not going to be sleeping up in here. I don't care how y'all try to reframe it. Oh, here you come with that woke talk. Heck yeah, I'm woke. I'm a wide awake. That crap that y'all relabeled it to be, y'all relabeled it and then put it with something that it never was. That's not what the word means. And it's crazy that people accept that word, the word woke, as a bad thing. So asleep is a good thing? Y'all idiots. All right, let me get back. I'm not trying to get on that politics stuff. All right, not right now. All right. When boxing games confuse noise for demand, metrics don't measure understanding. Metrics don't measure understanding. One of the quiet problems in modern sports games is over reliance on surface metrics. Developers look at match length, quit rates, button presses per minute, win-loss ratios, but none of these measures comprehension. But none of those measure comprehension. A player quitting in round 8 might not be bored. A player quitting in round 8 might not be bored. They might be exhausted. A player quitting in round 8 might not be bored. They might be exhausted, outmatched, or mentally overwhelmed. That's not failure. That's boxing. When metrics are interpreted without sports context, the wrong systems get trimmed. Complexity is mistaken for friction. Learning curves are mistaken for bad design. And boxing pays the price. Why style diversity is treated as a problem. Why style diversity is treated as a problem. A lot of these fans don't really know about the diversity. A lot of these fans don't even know there's different jabs, there's different hooks, there's different uppercuts, there's different positionings, there's different ways that you manipulate the guard, framing, different things you can do, different ways you accomplish it. Asymmetric, but in games, styles diversity creates asymmetric matchups, uncomfortable losses, situations where just play better isn't enough. So instead of letting styles breathe, games compress them. Outboxers become just fast brawlers. Pressure boxers lose their suffocation. I have yet to see that done correctly. It seemed like Steel City did it early. When they showed it to us, what they could have been capable of at that time. When we seen the infighter, it looked it good. The infighting looked it good. But let me read this over again. so I can keep context. Outboxers become just faster brawlers. Pressure boxers lose their suffocation. Pressure fighters stay on. They be on you like that. Pause. I said that just as a joke. I'm not doing that pause joke. All y'all pause people go with that pause crap. But all right. Counterboxers lose their patience advantages. Counterboxers lose their patience advantage. Counterpunchers are patient. They look for you to make a mistake and count off it. That's why two counter punchers might be a boring fight. I experience that a lot of times because sometimes I have a counter puncher. It depends on the person I'm fighting too. Sometimes I have that counter puncher mentality. I say in this fight, I'm gonna be a counter puncher. In real life, I'm talking about. I'm gonna be a counter puncher. And we both literally standing there. And I said, Dad, I gotta force. You gotta force them. The thing with this shows my boxing mentality. This gonna be good. Two counter punches. How do you make action happen? Fence, fakes. That's how you make counter punches react. Because they're going off of what you're about to do. So you fake like you're going to throw a jab. You fake like you're going to throw a right hand. You fake like you're going to throw a hook. Now he committed. Bow. Got him. Got him. All right. Out boxers become faster punchers. Pressure boxers lose their suffocation. Counter boxers lose their patience advantages. The end result is imbalance, is homogenation. Everyone fights the same. That's what it means. Everyone fights the same. Fight, just a different speed, just at different speeds. That's what I be trying to tell y'all. Everybody doesn't have, realism is not what y'all always say. Realism is too slow. Y'all repeating what the developers are telling you. Y'all echoing it. Idiots. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. It's Ghostface Gorilla two accounts. Oh, all right. I was wondering what's going on. All right. Salute to you, man. Glad you popped in. Let me see the Ghost Watchers. 35. I got 35 people watching. Salute to y'all. Please hit that like button on your way out or your way in while you're listening. Subscribe if you want to. The show can only get better, and you never know what can happen down the road. Just please give me support. I'm trying to speak for the community. I'm trying to bring us all together. I'm trying to get the content creators come all together. I'm willing to. No, I'm gonna say. Matter of fact, I'm gonna say it on the show right now. I apologize for being disrespectful to iGame You Watch. That was me, being tired of what the game is. Everybody has their own opinion of what the game should be. But my thing is we all should be pushing for options. I apologize, iGame You Watch. And it's no fear in me at all about anything if anybody think that's what it is. Because y'all know it's what it is. But for anybody I disrespect, I apologize. I know I'm sounding like I'm doing a Claim Uncut video. Because a lot of y'all like, yo, Claim Uncut, apologize and stuff. No, my thing is I gotta be the bigger person. And I apologize to which I really feel like I shouldn't have to. But I even apologize to see, it won't even let me remember his name. I guess I should leave it alone then. Okay, yeah, I apologize to Crooks, but that's not what I'm talking about. I apologize to Crooks and anybody else that felt offended with, some of the things that I say. If I'm like saying it directly at you, like if I literally said your name, but the other stuff that I be saying that I'm not literally attaching names to, I mean it. So, it is what it is. But we as a community have to come together. That's what gets frustrating. Everybody got that me attitude. No, but we are voices. Lamont Davis talking about apologies accepted. I don't even think nothing. It's gonna be like it's two people. I think they're not gonna accept the apologies. And I was even getting on Ricky J. And I know y'all like, Poe, why are you getting on Ricky J? Ricky J. He's like our Pee Wee Herman. I'm being disrespectful again, but Ricky J. he's like bubbly, like super like exciting and stuff, and it triggers me because I'm like, what kind of game do Ricky J want? I see what Ricky J does, and I agree because I got is one of the Wishlist Mafia guys. He likes a lot of things that Ricky J does. I like a lot of things that Ricky J does, but then with Ricky J, it's that arcade. It's like that hard arcade mentality that he has, and he sound like Mr. Rock. Dad, I don't even want to go there like that. I'm crashing out, right? Like I don't really want to go there. Like Ricky J is like, he's like the Mr. Rogers of the community. He has that Mr. Rogers like feel to him. It's like he'll rock you to sleep and jump. You'll be like, nah, man, I can't watch his content because he annoys me or something like that. But he rocks you to sleep. You say, let me see what Ricky J is talking about. What is he doing? Which boxers are he pitting together? He pitting Floyd Mayweather against Mike Tyson or something like that. Crazy stuff like that. It like triggers me sometimes while I'm watching some of it. All right, let me get back to this script. All right, the disappearing middle round. Here's something rarely discussed. Most boxing games feel like they only exist in rounds 1 and 12. Most boxing games feel like they only exist in round 1 and 12. Early rounds are fast and aggressive. Late rounds are pragmatic or desperate. But the middle ground, the thinking rounds, that's when you start thinking. And that is to the people that say, hey, Poe is reading off a script. Is this really what he's saying? I boxed 12 years or more. And I say or more because I stopped boxing for about 2 years and came back. That's the more. Then I realized, like, I'm not going to wait out this contract. I got to keep it moving. So, I literally signed 2 contracts while I was in another contract. And I was like, I was ready for whatever happened because when my manager, I can't get sued right now because for one, both of the managers are no longer alive. They were kind of old. One of them, he died from a disease. Shout out to Curtis Ford. He was my manager, Curtis Ford. Shout out to Curtis Ford, his family, his children, and everything. Shout out to Curtis Ford. That used to be my manager. And my second manager was Izzy Sterling. he owned a boxing like equipment and stuff, and you know he was well known in New York and was Staten Island. Was that Staten Island stores in? I think it was a Staten Island. But Izzy Sterling, shout out to Izzy Sterling. You know, he was my manager very briefly. Very briefly. He was an older guy, and you know, and he saw my potential and everything, you know, as a pro. I was a pro at that point, but I was trying to wait out my contract. But I wanted to see. And the guy's like, nah, you could sign it, but that's the grimy stuff about boxing. So that's, you know, you see these things. But shout out to Izzy Sterling and whoever's running his company now. Shout out to him. Oh yeah, I'm gonna shout out an old school brand, Chevlin. If you know, you know. Shout out to Chevlin. My uncle used to go there and get custom made stuff. And the idiot I was an idiot at that time because I was too nice to certain people. It was one guy, I seen the potential in him. I went to this gym and he was there sparring and stuff. It was a young guy. He was sparring and I was like, yo, I said, keep up what you're doing. So one day I came in there and I gave him one of I gave him my favorite boxing cup. It was a green suede boxing trunk. It had Chevlin on it. I gave it to him. I know anybody that was in the gym with me at the time, all those years, they know that was my boxing cup. And they like, you gave that away and you was giving us problems? Yeah, I gave it away to him. Because I felt like if I would have gave him that, it would have inspired him to stay in the gym. Because they always looked at me as a person with wisdom. Even though I didn't talk, because I was in somebody else's gym. So even though I didn't talk that much, they saw me as a person, you know, like, he boxed and stuff. Because they was the trainers in the gym, they knew I boxed. One of them, he knew my uncle and my brother. So they knew I boxed, they knew about me. So they see how all the trainers were acting around me. They knew me and they loved watching me work out. That right there, you know, I thought it was going to inspire him. I said, here, give him the cup. I said, take this cup. Now I'm like, man, I shouldn't have never gave that cup away. You know how much I could have got for it if I would have sold it, but the memories attached to it, that should have been like, that should have kept me from giving. But back then, I was like, hey, I'm trying to help another guy, inspire him to, you know, keep doing things. All right, let me get back to this because I don't want to get too deep into stories and stuff like that. Most boxing games feel like they only exist in rounds 1 and 12. Each rounds are fast or aggressive. Late rounds are dramatic and desperate. But the middle rounds, the thinking rounds, are often hollow. They were adaptations. They are where adaptations should happen. They are where damage should start to tell. They are where fatigue should shape choices. When middle rounds don't matter, fights lose narratives. They become loop instead of stories. They become loops instead of stories. Visual realism masking mechanical simplicity. Visual masking mechanics. Visual realism masking mechanical simplicity. Modern boxing games often look incredible. That's what Steel City did early. Modern boxing games often look incredible. Sweat, lighting, animation fidelity, but visuals can become camouflage. A smooth animation can hide input forgiveness that's too generous, recovery windows that are too short, defensive options that carry no trade-offs. Players feel something is off, even if they can't point to it. The game looked like boxing, but it doesn't behave like boxing. That's what I be trying to tell people. They play the game. It looks like boxing, but it's not behaving like boxing. I notice these things. A lot of people not going to notice it. Hey, it look like boxing. We shouldn't be complaining. But yeah, we should be complaining. Because if you're a boxing fan, that's what I keep telling people. They don't know what the word fan means. Fan means fanatic. A boxing fanatic. You're going to be critical of the sport. That's what a boxing fan is. It's short for fanatic. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. Laughing Ricky J with the hard R. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Ricky J. No hard feelings, Ricky J. No hard feelings. Yeah, what's up, E-Boxing Champions? With the hard arcade. Yeah. Shout out to all of y'all that's showing up and showed up. Shout out to Don D205. He's on Twitch. He's on Instagram. He's on what else he's on? He's on Twitch, YouTube, Instagram. I can't remember the other one. Please forgive me. But shout out to Don D. You know, he makes content on both of those platforms. He plays Fight Night Champion. He plays it with a realistic feel to it. You know, shout out to Don D and support him if you get a chance. All right, let me get back to this. All right. Smooth animations can hide input forgiveness that's too generous, recovery windows that are too short, defensive options that carry no trade-offs. Players feel something is off, even if they can't point to it. The game looks like boxing, but it doesn't behave like boxing. All right. Why boxing games don't age well? That's right there. That's facts. Boxing games don't age well. Great sports games age well because mastery keeps unfolding. Let me read that to y'all again. Great sports games age well because mastery keeps unfolding. Different things is changing. I mean, it will change in a boxing match. You should have to use different techniques each time. If y'all fought 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, strategy should have changed each time. Because you say, hey, he beat me this time. He ain't going to beat me the same way the next time because I'm going to think differently. But you know what? The person keep doing the same thing. Tapping buttons, moving the sticks, just moving them erratically with no thought to it. So things are not changing. Things are not changing. But a great sports game, things will unfold differently each time or almost each time. Boxing games often don't. After a few weeks, players realize optimal strategies dominate. Risk-reward curves flatten. High-level play coverages, they die. When high-level coverages, when that happens, discovery ends. And when discovery ends, so does long-term engagement. When discovery ends, so does long-term engagement. When all these things are not in play, long-term engagement in the game doesn't stay. It just be a few people. There are always a few stragglers still playing a game. I see people still playing old games that everybody hated. But you got stragglers that still play them. You got stragglers that stay on certain gameplay. Why is he still playing that game? They're the stragglers. That's their thing. That's what they do. Let me see. Let me see what y'all saying in the stream. Oh yeah, what y'all think about my interview with Jay? That's what I wanted, some feedback from everybody. What do y'all think about my interview with Jay? Do y'all think I was being too soft on Jay? Because I know there's a few people that think I was being too soft on Jay. But my thing is, and I'm not talking about Ricky J.E. boxing champion. I'm talking Jay MMA. Do y'all think I was being too soft on Jay? But to me, my style, y'all should know my style. Even though I'm passionate, y'all should know my style. How I talk to the community. Yeah, I'm passionate, but I'm not aggressively angry. I could be passive about certain things, not passive, passionate. I'm passionate, but I'm not aggressive, like super over the top aggressive. That's not my style. Because my thing, if you get super aggressive, you make people don't want to engage with you. You make people don't want to talk to you. So I'm not super over the top aggressive. Y'all ain't giving me no feedback about yesterday, I mean. All right, well, the false promises of competitive integrity. I'm gonna keep going over things like this because it's part of the community. The competitive integrity gets invoked a lot, but in boxing game it's often called for symmetry. Same stamina recovery. See, especially when I have competitive integrity, this is what I think too. Same stamina recovery, same movement ceiling, same defensive effectiveness, same punishment threshold. That's why when I hear people say certain things, I will listen to you, but I'm not going to say anything because my thing is you already got your mind made up of what you think boxing should look like in a boxing video game. So no matter what I say, it's not going to mean anything. A lot of people talk to me hoping that I agree with them. I'm not going to agree with you. If you're going to be my friend, for me to agree with you and not have a voice in what's realistic, I'm not going to say anything. I'll let you do your talking. You could talk. You can talk how you want to talk. But when people say competitiveness, everything, like every boxer don't reflect themselves. But hey, Paul, it's competitive. But when people play competitive games like Tekken and Street Fighters, when they're doing these esports tournaments, those characters still have their skill set. They still have, this character has strong, whatever he does is strong. That's different from what you have. And some people say, well, that move is overpowered. But being that you're in the competitive circles, that means nothing. Because you're in the competitive circle. You're supposed to know how to beat that stuff. And when people say competitiveness, boxing is not a competitive sport. Even if it was esports, Even if everything that boxing is, it can translate into esports the same way boxing is. Y'all keep adding on things to it to dumb it down. All right. But in boxing games, it's often coded for symmetry. Same stamina recovery, same movement ceiling, same defensive effectiveness, same punishment thresholds. That's not integrity. That's containment. Ash Habib, Will Kinsler, Play On, investors. I know your name, but I can't say them because I don't want no problems with y'all. Bring it on. All right. Real competitive integrity in boxing games come from managing inequality. Real competitiveness, integrity in boxing comes from managing inequality. I didn't say boxing games, but in boxing, it's managing inequalities. So that is supposed to translate into a boxing game. Different reach. Reach should matter, and that's supposed to have mattered in earlier versions of Undisputed. Reach supposed to matter. And I know a lot of y'all saying reach matters and stuff. It doesn't really. It really doesn't. Different engines, different durability, different mental responses under pressure. You should be reacting to different people every time they fight, especially when you know you fought the guy before. You know what pressure or what he's going to bring. So you should be able to react differently with the right mechanics and right tools. A system that erases those differences isn't protecting fairness, it's avoiding responsibility. And that's a big thing with Steel City. It's like they're trying to avoid responsibility. The team as a whole, they don't want to be responsible for anything. They don't want to hold responsibility for this game. If it was up to them, this game would disappear. They never worked on it. That game would never, because when Undisputed 2 come out and y'all start talking great about the like if Undisputed 2 is a great game, y'all gonna say, hey, y'all should have did this with 1. They're gonna be like, 1, what y'all talking about? There's 1 never existed. That's how they gonna kind of want y'all to think. Like, y'all messed up on the first part. Now y'all did a great job, but they don't want to hold on to that. They don't want the responsibility. Why offline design is treated as optional. Offline modes are usually the first place death goes to die. Offline modes are usually the first place death, and I'm not talking about DEATH, death. I'm talking about DEPTH. And it's not the way that I'm saying, it's the way your mind is picking it up. All right. Career mode, CPU versus CPU, simulation mode. I know the online players don't see these things as necessary. But by you saying that, you're holding back cells on the game, making the game last longer. Career mode is great for content creation. CPU versus CPU, if it had great mechanics, CPU would be great. But no game really captured it correctly. Because if the CPU fights like the boxer, it makes for great content for some content creators, whoever want to go that route. There are games that did that and were very successful. Simulation modes, very successful. Let me read this again so I can make context because I always jump off the rail. Offline modes are usually the first place death goes to die. Career mode, CPU versus CPU, the simulation modes. They're framed as extras, not foundations. All these modes are framed as extras, not as foundation. But offline play is where systems get tested. And a lot of y'all don't like hearing this. Offline mode play is where systems get tested without human exploitations. It's where AI tendencies reveal system flaws. Long-term fatigue matters. Match pacing exposes design shortcuts. When offline modes are shallow, it often becomes the core mechanics can't support them. The problem with fun first thinking, I know I went over this a couple of days ago, but I'm trying to repeat this for the people in the back row that really didn't understand what I was talking about. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. E-Boxing Champion saying, just being real, I had a lot of stuff going on yesterday. I missed the interview. Yeah, it was a pretty good interview. I can't wait till I be able to get other people. Let me see. Legendary Boxer 2026. It was a great interview. We got a lot of insight from JMA on Undisputed. Exactly. Ghostface Gorilla said, I wasn't around for the stream with Jay. Oh yeah, you caught the first show. I did like 2 shows yesterday, and then I did a reaction video yesterday. But you was probably too nice though. Take responsibility, Ash Habib. Y'all just going, yeah, Ash gotta take responsibility, but my thing is y'all thing is we not gonna pull Will into that. No, they both responsible. Will influence Ash Habib mindset. I'm gonna keep saying that Will influence them. Yeah, it's Ash's fault. He let somebody influence him. 100%, it's Ash's fault. But we gotta still put pressure on Will too. Will is at fault too. I'm not letting Will go. And to other people that keep saying it, you're just jealous of Will. What am I'm jealous of Will for? Will is good at what he does. I'm not jealous of Will. I don't want what Will got. If I was to even try to want to be on the team, I wouldn't want to do the same things that Will do. So I'm not jealous of him. I'm not jealous of anybody in this community. I'm not jealous of anybody. I don't have any jealousy of anyone. Do I wish I had the numbers some of y'all got? Heck to the yeah, I wish I had it. But it's not no jealousy. I wish I had Praxis numbers. I wish I had, who got the most numbers? I think Boxing Fanatical has the most numbers as far as YouTube. I got more numbers than Boxing Fanatical on Twitter. I could brag about that, but that's not what I'm in this for. I'm not in this for to get numbers so I can be like, hey, yeah, I got numbers. My thing is, if I get the numbers, yeah, I will be excited because I got more ears listening. I got more soldiers. Even though I don't like using that word because it's like that scared EA when we created the Wishlist Mafias. They said, oh man, it sounds like y'all about to bully us. They tried to get us to change the name. I think actually it was actually Papanosis who came up with the name, and I stuck with it. And there's like, Poe, y'all should change that name. They used to always tell me that behind the scenes, but I never changed it. I'm a community guy. All right. The problem with fun first thinking. Fun first sound harmless. It sound harmless. What can fun first hurt? What can it really hurt? All right. But fun isn't universal. Fun isn't universal. It's contextual. What's fun in round 2 isn't fun in round 10. What's fun for a pressure boxer isn't fun for a mover. Boxing fun comes from problem solving. That's the main thing. When people complain about certain things and then I see what they're saying, I already knew what when you complain about this and that, and you complain about, it's not fun and stuff, and then I see how you play. You hate problem solving. You hate trying to figure out what can I do to beat this style? What can I do to stop them? You don't want to think like that. And my thing is, it's okay. All right. You don't want to think like that. But we should have lobbies and stuff for you to play with people that think the way you think. Y'all can have the options the way you want it. But don't push that mentality, that way of thinking on everybody. I don't push the way I feel on everybody. My thing is options, options, options. I want everybody to be satisfied in a game. Not just pushing people away. And they keep saying, well, it's going to split the community. It's going to split the community. But the community going to be split anyway, because everybody shouldn't be forced to play one way. Let me see. When games reward every action equally, nothing carries weight. When everything works, nothing matters. When games reward every action equally, nothing carries weight. When everything works, nothing matters. When everything works, nothing matters. Why boxing games rarely teach without tutorials. I was just talking about this. Why boxing games teach without tutorials. They used to do that. And you know what it is? Before I even read what I got, but what it is, companies got lazy. They said they'll figure it out. That's how, right then and there, when you say they will figure it out, you're going to lose a huge amount of players. They will figure it out. Y'all too lazy to actually get somebody to do the tutorials. Hire one of the content creators. A lot of these content creators, they're good at tutorials. But my thing is, listen, hear me out. Hear me out. My thing is, don't let Ricky J do your tutorials. Please don't let Ricky J do your tutorials. No offense to you, Ricky J. I'm playing. Ricky J make a good person to do tutorials, long as he leave that arcade stuff out of there. But no disrespect to you, Ricky J. I really like your content. It's just that you're like that brother or that person that's like too excited all the time. It's like he took some type of medicine that he's on 10 and you like on 5. You like mellowed out and he like real amped up and happy about anything. And he's trying to make the best out of whatever. And you were like, look, you looking at reality, but he's still trying to make the best out of ever. Let me see before I read the tutorial one. All right. Why boxing games rarely teach without tutorials? Most boxing games rely on tutorials to explain mechanics, but boxing itself teaches through consequences. Miss, miss, hold up. Miss too much, you gas. Laying wrong, you get countered. Fight the wrong style, you struggle. When a game needs pop-ups to explain why something happens, it's usually because the system didn't communicate it naturally. Good boxing design makes players feel the lesson before they understand it. Hold up, still sitting. Ash Habib. SCI, or whatever other company that makes a boxing game. Good boxing design makes players feel the lesson before they understand it. I've been preaching this for decades. And I know a lot of y'all say, well, Fight Night Champ, nah, they ain't get it right either. A lot of y'all make it seem like they got it right, but they didn't. All right. The illusion of choice. This one right here. The illusion of choice. Many boxing games offer choice. Punch list, combos, perks, traits. But choice without trade-offs is decoration. But choice without trade-offs is decoration. If every choice leads to similar outcomes, then choice is cosmetic. Been saying it. See, these are the things that I see. Now that I'm telling y'all these things, now y'all gonna see what I'm saying. Now y'all gonna say, oh, that's what he means. That's what he's saying. Now he opened my eyes. Now I see it. I wish I didn't see it now. Now you're seeing these things. I gotta open your eyes. Let me read that again so I can open it wider. The illusion of choice. Many boxing games offer choice, punch lists, combos, perks, traits. But choice without trade-offs is decoration. If every choice leads to similar outcomes, then choice is cosmetic. Real choice in boxing forces sacrifice. Real choice in boxing forces sacrifice. Power for stamina. Volume for accuracy. Defense for positioning. Without loss, choice is meaningless. Boxing games don't need louder communities. They need braver design. They need universal approval. They need systems that can stand up to scrutiny, because boxing isn't a sport built on consensus. It's built on conflict. It's boxing. It's fans. Conflict. When you got different fans, there's conflict. And until boxing games embrace that, they'll keep making noise for demand. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat, and I'm gonna probably do a couple of more questions, and then I might end the show. It depends on if the latecomers come in late again, and I can't really talk today. All right. Y'all went silent on me, but I'm glad y'all popped in. If y'all popped out, let me see what what time we got in? All right. These my last questions right here. I'm gonna go through them. If nobody don't pop up, I always seem like I accommodate people when they come in late. I try to stay a little longer so we can engage a little bit. Every time somebody pop in, I stay in probably about 15 or 20 more minutes. All right. When boxing games confuse noise for demand, why boxing games fear letting players lose slowly? Most modern games are designed around the rapid part. No matter whatever you hear after that, the rapid part. Speed, 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 and rapid, rapid, rapid. Think about that. Most modern games are designed around rapid feedback loops. Win fast, lose fast, restart fast. Boxing doesn't work that way. Some losses are slow. Some are inevitable. Some unfold over 8 or 9 rounds before the ending becomes obvious. That's what we should have in the game. We should have them dramatic moments that you really feels good when you win, or if you lose, you be like, well, I fought well. Or, hey, he was the better man. Stuff like that. Boxing doesn't work that way with the fast, the win fast, lose fast, restart fast. Boxing doesn't work that way. Some losses are slow, some are inevitable. Some unfold over 8 or 9 rounds before the ending becomes obvious. Boxing games rarely allow that kind of loss to exist. Instead, they compress failure into sudden moments, flash knockdowns, late round flurries, sudden stamina collapse. Because prolonged disadvantage risks player discomfort. They try to make everybody feel comfortable. Boxing is discomfortable. It's uncomfortable. Boxing is uncomfortable. Stop trying to handhold everybody and make everybody feel comfortable. Boxing is uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. But slow losses are where boxing teaches humility. If you beating somebody like beating them over rounds, you breaking them down, you're teaching him. You teaching him and the person that's doing the beating down, actually. But slow losses are where boxing teaches humility, adjustments, and restraint. A lot of y'all don't understand that. The adjustment part. You lost, but you see why you lost, especially when you watch the fight over again. You see what you were doing wrong. And your trainer will probably tell you, see, you want to listen to me. You was just now watching and you see what was wrong. Restraint, you got to hold back certain things because you keep getting counter, or, you're doing things that's putting you in bad positioning to get hurt. Most games erase that experience. They erase an entire emotional layer of the sport. Exactly. That's why I say certain things can literally bring dramatic moments. They will bring dramatic moments, and they make great content. That's what I keep. If y'all notice, I'm starting to say great content. But if y'all keep pushing for these things, they really make great content. They will make great content. And I'm going to do an episode that is going to be called Great Content for Content Creators. What will help them make great content if a boxing game was realistic with death? DEPTH, death. A plethora of death. And y'all going to be like, oh, I see where you're going with this, Poe. Watch. I'm going to look out for you. Because a lot of y'all be like, I can't make content because I can't get an online fight, but you want to make some content in general. I'm going to hold y'all down for the offline modes. No, I'm going to do some online stuff, but I'm going to hold y'all down for some online content that y'all can make. Watch what I do. That might be tomorrow's show. All right. The absence of psychology weight. I'm not W-A-I-T, no, weight. The absence of psychology weight. Real boxing isn't physical, it's psychological. Real boxing isn't physical, it's psychological. I know y'all say, hold on, what you mean it's not physical? Boxing is a physical sport. Is it? If you really think, you win more fights being psychological than physical. You will win more fights using your brain than being mental. I mean, just reacting, just everything off reaction. Even though a real boxer, reaction, you're taught for reaction because you do everything repeatedly over and over and over and over again. All right. Pressure changes decision making. Pressure changes decision making. Pressure will make you change stuff. A smart person, because a lot of people are dumb. I'm talking about in boxing, real boxing too. Pressure makes you make decision changes. You would do different things. Well, he's doing this. I know what he's going to do because all he's doing is pressure. Maybe I hit him to the body. Maybe I do this. Maybe I do this. A lot of people just don't want to think. Pressure creates decision making. You got to make decisions. What am I going to do to stop his pressure? Crowd energy matters. This matters. It was a couple of older games that crowd energy matters. And I know a lot of y'all saying it's, and this what I'm gonna keep bringing it up. It's not 15 and 20 years ago. Companies can make authentic crowds. They can react realistically. It's being done every day. So stop giving them excuses. Stop accepting excuses. Just tell them when they say, we can't do that. Oh, you can't do that, but it can be done. That's why I would love to have, I know I'm making it bad on myself, but I would love to have developers up here. I would love to interview developers that say something can't be done. No, I'm not going to attack you other developers that hear the show. But, oh, he just wants us on the show so he can attack us. No, my thing is I'm talking about the developers that keep saying that can't be done in a video game. We can't do that. The technology don't exist. 100% exists. Whatever in real life, it can't be put in a boxing video game. It can be put in a video game in general. So all that stuff they telling y'all falling for it. Y'all repeating what they want y'all to repeat. All right, let me get back to this. In game, the pressure, making decisions, crowd energy matters, momentum affects confidence. In game, these elements are often visually only. There's no hesitation tax, no panic penalty, no confidence erosion, no mental recovery curve. And I know y'all certain things y'all saying, confidence erosion. How's my boxer confidence erosion how that's going to work in game? Your confidence erosion. Your confidence erosion because it's on you. No mental recovery curve. Your mental recovery curve. It could be put in the game too, but your mental recovery curve. A player can get dropped, stand up, and fight exactly the same way 30 seconds later. A lot of people panic. Once they drop, they feel the fight is over. They like give up on trying to win. A player get dropped, stand up, and fight exactly the same way 30 seconds later. That's not resilience. That's emotional immunity. And emotional immunity flattens the drama that boxing depends on. Why risk has been engineered out. While risk has been engineered out. About to get heavy on y'all real quick. Risk used to define boxing game. Risk used to define boxing game. Throwing too much carried danger. Throwing too much carried danger. Backing up too long, inviting pressure. You're inviting pressure by backing up. You're not sidestepping. You're not throwing nothing. You're letting a person pressure you and you're backing up. And you're blaming that person. Backing up too long, invited pressure. It's invited. What are you doing to stop that pressure? Overcommitting has consequences. Overcommitting had consequences. Now, risk is often softened. Mispunching risk now risk is often softened. Miss punches recover too quickly. Defensive mistakes self-corrected. Poor position rarely compounds. The results is a game where errors don't echo. The results is a game where errors don't echo. In boxing, mistakes linger. And boxing mistakes linger. When I say linger, they keep going, keep happening. They affect the next exchange, the next round, next time the rest of the fight. Sometimes the rest of the fight. When games refuse to let mistakes breathe, they remove tension. Let me see what y'all talking about before I go on. AJ Pax popped in the house. Let me see. We listen on Big 400. When I see I'm too advanced for a player, I pull back so they can learn because I understand if I keep foot on the gas, they won't learn. See, that's a good perspective. Ghostface, I do the same thing. This is what AJ Pack's saying. Ghostface, I do the same thing. I just box them to a decision, but also to not break their spirit. Otherwise, they will quit glitch. Yeah, bro. Ghostface Gorilla say, yeah, bro. I'm one of those players that is too addicted to the science of boxing. I'd rather go to the decision over a KO. I like to pick players apart, but it becomes hell of people playing against it. Yeah, that's a great way of thinking about it. And I appreciate both of y'all for getting y'all perspective because that's the way it should be. You giving a person an out And then you letting them know, well, we did it. Then they say things changed. No, I went light on you. We played, but I might not. That next game, I might not be that lenient on you. So y'all at least teaching people. Y'all giving people a out, a way to learn things unintentionally. Some of them unintentionally, because a lot of people probably think they know they probably fought. You know, y'all probably fought somebody that had a lot of fights, but you letting them see, hey, it's going a distance. And when everybody think this another thing, this how you could tell even the so-called hardcore fans, they base everything. That's why I be like, is you really a boxing fan? Because everything is based off of they're searching for that knockout. Everything they're searching for the knockout. You're not searching to win. I have more respect for the person that's trying to win. Their goal is to win. If the knockout comes, it comes. You know, if the knockout comes, it comes. That's the mentality they came in to fight. But you got some people, I'm getting searching for the knockout. Now they're the ones that's going to criticize the game into being an arcade game because all they want is knockout. All they want is that knockout, nothing else. Let me see. Design that assumes the player is always right. Here's a quiet design assumption that hurts boxing games. The idea that is something going wrong. The idea that if something goes wrong, the player must be protected from frustration. But boxing is full of momentum where you did the right thing and still lost. You made a smart decision that didn't pay off. You were outclassed, not outplayed. Games that assume the player is always entitled to a solution misunderstand the sport. Sometimes the answer is adaptation. Sometimes it's survival. Sometimes it's acceptance. That's not unfair. That's boxing. The cost of treating boxing like a product instead of a process. The cost of treating boxing like a product instead of a process. Many boxing games are built to be consumed. Finish a career, climb a ladder, unlock content. Is there there's not unlocked content in Undisputed, but a lot of games do that. But my thing is, I'm shocked that Undisputed didn't put that in there. The unlocked content, to make you play the game more. But their thing is, that's what it shows that they're on a money series. They grabbing money because the unlocked content thing is not there. But I could be wrong because I haven't played the game. I could say years. And that's crazy for me to say years for a new game. Years. This supposed to be a new game, and I didn't play it in years. And this game been in development for years. And we still saying things about this game that it need help and stuff. A lot of us begging for Undisputed 2. We begging for, a lot of people are begging for the Undisputed 1 to be fixed, but a lot of people are begging for them to move on. But all right, let me finish reading this. Many games are built to be consumed. Finish a career, climb a ladder, unlock content, move on. But boxing isn't a finish. Boxing isn't something you finish. It's something you learn slowly. When progress replaces understanding, players rush past the sport instead of sitting inside it. You hear that? Players rush past the sport instead of sitting inside it. And when games encourage rushing, death becomes invisible. Things become invisible around players because they're rushing. They're rushing. Let me see what y'all saying. If I got new people, I'll say long, but other than that, I think I'm about to step. All right, nobody stepped on. I did 2 hours and 25. I think I might do 5 more minutes so I can get that 2:30 mark, 2.5 hours. Or I might try to stretch it to 3. It depends on how that question's lined up. Give me a second. Let me see. Let's see. No, I'm trying to see if I'm gonna get more people in. All right, AJ Pax says something. Keep your eyes on the Greenland conflict. If it's invaded, they will have this will have an effect on world markets. Undisputed 2 will not be released in the US if that happens, and could even be delayed completely. And that will really be bad there. But I hear what you're saying, but I'm not gonna get into the politics. Like I said, I understand exactly what you're saying. I try not to bring the politics and religion and cultural things into the talk, because I know that could make a left quickly. That's why I be catching myself saying certain things. I don't want nothing to take a complete turn. Then people be like, oh, pull this, pull that. No, I'm neutral. I'm neutral, but I'm not neutral. I just don't talk politics, religion, DEI, and all the other stuff, presidential stuff. And, I don't do all that stuff because I know once that happens, then whatever you say, people start looking at you differently. And the show turns into that kind of show. And that's not this trying to show I'm trying to build this on. Because the show already stranded from what the show was supposed to be. It was originally supposed to be a wish list show. Everybody come on the show, they got a wish list, and we build on that wish. I mean, they have a wish list or idea, and we build on that idea. But we still can have that. Like, hey, Wednesday, they pull Wednesday. Like, Paul, I got an idea. And I'd be like, all right, well, we're going to pick this day, and we're going to build on that idea for about a half an hour, or however long you want to just build on that one idea. That will make for a great show because this how it would be a great show, because we build on that idea for a whole hour, 2 or 3. If it take 2 or 3 hours to build on it, we build on that idea for a whole show. Just that one idea or those ideas. Now the developers can't say anything. Hey, you watching content creators. Poe is a content creator. Did you watch his show? We got the wish list. We got ideas we broke down how they could be implemented. They can be put in the game. Poe broke it down. He showed that it could be put in the game. And again, I say, If you feel that something or a developer say something can't be added to a video game, I will put it down and show you how it can be put in a video game, that it can be put in a video game. And whatever you think can't be put in a video game, let's talk about it. That AJ, you get deep into the politics. I'm trying. The show gonna start. It's gonna really take a. It's gonna take a turn. And we like talk about that on this show. It's going. That's what it's gonna end up being. It's gonna be a political show. Once you, because you're gonna say, because people the algorithm and stuff gonna show that we're talking about politics and stuff. Then it's gonna start popping up in politics conversations. And then people gonna start jumping on here. That's what they're gonna be looking for, the political talk. I don't want to talk politics because I know what that brings with it. I've been in them groups for decades. I've been in the politics, the racial groups. People be talking about racist stuff and all that, and it goes left real quick. So I try to avoid certain conversations, because I know what it brings with it. And I know it'd be like we all grown ups, we should be able to talk decent. It sound good and it sound good. You get a Republican in the room, you get a Democrat in the room, you get just get all these different people in the room, and they cannot coexist in the room together. I've seen it happen all the time. They can't, because once the conversation come, they start talking about stuff. And then I be seeing people that then you see, like when it comes to politics, I always say there's always a racist thing attached to it. There's always a racist etiquette attached to it. There's racist things attached to it. And then when I still see people talk about it, they don't feel that it's racist, but it is racist, because you're repeating what rich people are saying for poor people. Your thing is a rich person priorities is your priorities, because you follow the rich person priorities, that they're over other people's priorities. So I don't get into politics. I did the politics thing. I'm not doing that. I know where to go. I'm not trying to be nobody's enemy. See, you still talking politics. Yeah, but it's in the news, but it's not in this show. When you bring it to the show, you're making the show become a political show. It's going to be in the algorithm. That's because somebody, if it say somebody got knocked off and we start talking about it and we make that part of the show, that's going to be in the algorithm. I don't want to, because I know how it start getting heated, because it's a lot of things I disagree with what people say. It's some things you say, I listen to it. If you notice, some of the things you might say, I don't say anything to it, because I don't talk politics. I know how it go. It's people in my family that's Muslim, that's Christian. It's people in my family that's Jehovah's Witness. But my thing is, we get along with each other because we don't talk religion. We don't talk politics. We don't talk different things. My friends, even they say, hey, I know you're this, I know you that. We're not going to talk about that today, because if we talk about that, it's going to make us not be friends. And you'll be like, damn, we became enemies over a conversation. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. People become enemies over the stupidest things to me, off opinions. But some opinions carry more weight than others. Some opinions carry more weight than others. Other people don't see it. I see it. For one, like I say, I studied psychology. Some people say certain things to see how far they could go with it. I don't say nothing because I know it's going to escalate quickly. Some people say stuff they don't think that it mean anything. I made correction to other people that's younger than me, that's in the community, that say certain things. I was like, yo, man, where did you get that information from? Or, yo, man, you shouldn't be saying that, because I wouldn't say the negative word when it comes to your culture or your people. It's like people say little slick stuff. They could say it about you, but it's an argument now. Hey, you call me the N-word, but then I called you whatever negative word goes with your culture. Now you get offended. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't get into conversations. No, all of it always come together. When it comes to politics, 100%. That always happens. See, that's why I don't do the politics talk. It always happens. I know what you're saying, but it's still, I don't like doing that, because this going to become that kind of show. I don't want this show to be that. That's not what this show is about. I know you said it, but you added other stuff in there. But I don't want the show to be about, because it's going to become politics once you start bringing the politician. You probably see it as an economic thing, but other people going to see it as it's politics. You know, you might be talking politics. Trump did this, Trump did that. So this might change stuff. But what they're going to hear is Trump, Trump, Trump. Greenland, Trump want Greenland. Trump trying to take over Greenland. That's all they're going to hear. They're not going to hear the economic parts about it. You might mean economics. You might mean, structure and different things like that. But people are going to pick the politic part about it. Every time. Happen every time. I'm not jumping, getting angry, but I'm saying I don't like talking about stuff that's going to bring politics into the conversation when we're talking about a boxing video game that's making, I know the economics. Yeah, I know the economics matters with this game. It 100% matters what's happening in the world, because the price gouging, the prices mean a lot. The game costs more. The games cost more. It's going to be cost more for development. That happened before any of this other stuff going on. So I know it means something, but I just don't want to bring that into and be in the algorithm. It be the truth that get me in trouble with people. Yeah, I try not. Yeah, me too. And I be bringing facts, but then I start saying certain stuff, because my thing is, if you look at me, now be honest, if you look at me, what is my religion? You don't know. But then you might be saying something about a religion that I'm a part of. You don't know what religion I am. You don't know how culturally advanced I am, how deep I'm into my culture. But to me, and this one thing I'm gonna say, that might offend people, which is stupid. Everybody should be deep within their culture. Everybody should know their culture and deal deep with it. They should know their culture. They should teach their children about their culture. They should teach their children about their grandparents. Because we supposed to get better, and each generation supposed to be better. And you look back at what was, and you say, hey, I advanced past that. We supposed to do that. Like I be telling people, it's deep. That's why I don't get into it. And I know people start attaching things. It shouldn't be in certain conversations. Because I could talk about Still City, and that probably get my channel banned, but I'm not. Even though I do talk about Still City, but I'm talking about if we want to talk about the makeup of the way Still City is structured, that probably get my channel banned and might make me lose a lot of my friends. Well, I don't know if y'all my friends, but I see some of y'all as friends. I think I'm about to end the show. No, hold up. Did I finish reading my questions? Because I added some more questions. All right, I added some more questions. Why do boxing games struggle to represent control without turning it into speed? These deep dive questions. They're deep dive questions. I know some of y'all be wanting me to dig deeper into what I be saying. Some of my answers be too short. Why do boxing games struggle to represent control without turning it into speed? Because control is intangible. It's about denying space, forcing reaction, setting traps. And that's a word that I don't hear in Undisputed when people talk about Undisputed. Setting traps. It's literally what the word is. You're setting traps when you're fighting somebody. You're guiding them into something. You could guide them into another punch. You could do something a lot. George Foreman did it with Jerry Cooney. Pay attention to boxing matches. Just pay attention to rhythms and patterns. You will learn a lot. Like, oh, sweat, that's what he was doing. He kept doing the same thing. Boom, 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 boom. You're reacting to it the same way. So that's a pattern he built in his mind already. Or he keep doing the same thing. All right, let me do something else so he don't know I'm about to do that. I'm about to set him up. Boom, boom. And you might throw a hook. It might not even be a hard hook. You just throw it out there to see how he react. Throw the jab again. Boom, boom. You setting them up. You jab. Boom, boom. You hit him with 1, 2, 3 jabs. He think the hook coming. Boom. You hit him with a right hand. Knocked him out. Or you stunned him. You setting patterns. Boom, boom. He say, oh, he keep jabbing. Boom, boom. You hit him with the jab again. Boom, boom. Right hand to the body. You set it patterns. Boxing is about patterns. Setting traps. Speed is easy to quantify. Control is not. Games default to speed because it's measurable. Games default to speed because it's measurable. Control requires prediction, anticipation, and delay. Payoffs. Systems that don't show results immediately and therefore gets mislabeled as unresponsive. I heard that word a lot. Games default to speed because it's measurable. Control requires prediction, anticipation, and delay. Payoffs. Systems that don't show results immediately and therefore gets mislabeled as unresponsive. Why does footwork feel cosmetic instead of strategic? This has become part of what Still City, when they started out, the footwork is not the same. People, it's like they hypnotized to believe what Still City was to what they are. Why does footwork feel cosmetic instead of strategic in most boxing games? most boxing games because footwork rarely alters future outcomes. If moving laterally doesn't drain the opponent, shifts angles, or degrades their timing. It's just repositioning, not strategy. True footwork must compound strategy. No, true footwork must compound advantages over time, not just avoid punches. True footwork must compound advantages over time, not just avoid punches. Why do stamina systems usually punish volume, but not intent? Shout out to Beast. There's some Beast says about volume. Because, let me read it again. Why does stamina systems usually punish volume, but not intent? Because intent is harder to detect. Because intent is harder to detect. What do I mean? Throwing 10 jabs with purpose is different from throwing 10 jabs in panic. But most games treat them the same. Boxing stamina isn't about punches thrown. It's about wasting motion, poor rhythm, and mental pressure. Facts. Like my brother said, he said, stop throwing all those hard punches. Because me, a lot of times, I gas myself out trying to blast somebody out, get them out of there early. He said, stop throwing them all those punches hard. He said, hit them with a lot of light punches. Hit them with arm punches. With arm punches, you're not using energy. You're not really using a lot of energy. Arm punch, you're just using your arm. You're just moving them. But they're gaining, you're grabbing punches, especially in the amateurs. You're grabbing, you're doing, just moving your arms. You're hitting them, you're just moving your arm. And with me, I got heavy hands, so they're heavy handed punches. Just move it. Just move your hands. That's momentum. So you shouldn't be in undisputed or in a boxing game. You shouldn't be taxed for throwing a lot of punches unless you're throwing it with intent. That's when the stamina situation should happen. And then you said, oh, Pro, come on, man. You're going to mess the game up. If they can throw all the punches, they're going to win all the time. No. If they're throwing light punches or arm punches, they're not hard punches. So if they're throwing light punches, you can throw hard punches through them. And that's dependent too. Boxing stamina isn't about throwing, about punches thrown. It's about wasted motion, poor rhythm, and mental pressure. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. Well, the way they are structured is a multi-global company. 1 million units sold won't mean nothing. A lot of games will be delayed. I believe they is who they was in the beginning. It was always a rug pull. What do you mean it was a rug pull? You saying Steel City got the rug pulled from under them, or we got the rug pulled from under us? Let me know what you mean by that. Because, you know, I know a lot of y'all say I take up for Ash too much, but I am not taking up for Ash too much. Because why should I? Because at this point, when he start blocking me and stuff, I'm not taking up for him. Me, I'm not going to lie about something, you know, just for the sake of it. So, you know, Ash did something that, that was truthful, I'm going to say it. And if he did something that's bad and it's truthful, I'm going to say it. In the beginning, Ash, he really meant what he was saying. It's just that once he started getting more voices in there, he changed. Ash, because you got to look at it this way too. And I had to look at it this way. It's his first game. And Ash wasn't really industry like guy. So he didn't know. He thought people like Will and Play On would help him. Oh, we got the rug pulled from under us. Yeah. It's not the same game though. Even though a lot of y'all saying, because that's what I'm gonna do. That's another show that I have to do. I got to do a side by side and show you frame by frame that it's not the same game. Lighting or none of that. That's like, because I do that a lot. I mix with a lot of textures and stuff when I do artwork. And you can tell when something is saying. Because it's a lot of stuff that I do just to see what people say. It's like my most, what I would call garbage. People love it. They're like, yo, let me have that. Let me have it. And they'd be like, sign it and, do different stuff like that. So they love it. And I'm like, oh, sweat. But, it's about, what you said. Yeah, but we did get the rug pulled from under us. But I think Undisputed and ESPN were two different games. That's just me. But we're gonna do that, what's called them, side by side and show you that it's technically not the right game. I might be wrong, so we're gonna do it so I could prove myself wrong and prove y'all right. I'm 1% for it. And my thing is, if y'all think I'm wrong, let's prove it to each other. I'm not above anybody. I don't like playing those type of games. I don't have an ego like that. I don't have an ego. I don't care. Why does defensive success rarely create offensive opportunities? This could go a lot of ways too. Why does defensive success rarely create offensive opportunity? Because defense is often coded as negation, not transition. Block and stop damage, slips avoided, but neither meaningfully alters the attacker's balance, timing, or recovery. In real boxing, defense create offensive integrity. I mean, in real boxing, defense creates offense indirectly, 100%. Games usually skip that step. In real boxing, defense create offense indirectly. Why do boxing games feel solved so quickly at high levels? A lot of y'all was saying something like that. Why do boxing games feel solved so quickly at high levels? Because systems converge. When optimal play becomes obvious, bam, this, avoid that. Discovery ends. Boxing is unsolved by nature. Games become solved when systems lack long-term consequences. Why is ring position rarely decisive? Because the ring doesn't punish indecision. Backing up should cost stamina. Because cornered should increase stress. Being cornered should increase stress. Cutting the ring should limit options. A lot of y'all don't know that thing. Cutting the ring should limit options. What do we mean by cutting the ring? And by me even saying that, that is the problem. cut in the ring. If y'all ask that question, that is the reason why people are running from y'all. That is why people keep running from y'all, because y'all don't know how to cut or the ring, or the mechanics does not exist. If the ring doesn't apply pressure, it's just scenery. If the ring doesn't apply pressure, it's just scenery. And I know what y'all mean, but what does it mean? Because some people they on the short bus. No disrespect to those people that's like that. But if the ring doesn't apply pressure, that if you follow what I was saying, because if the ring doesn't punish indecision, backing up should cause stamina. Being cornered should increase stress. Cutting the ring should limit options. If the ring doesn't apply pressure, it's just scenery. That's what I mean by that. Why do traits often feel like bonuses instead of identities? Y'all don't even have that right now. From my understanding, y'all don't even have that right now. If y'all still have traits, could y'all please say yes in the chat? But from my understanding, because traits are added as mechanics instead of baked into them. I know y'all thought I was leaving traits out in some type of way, because traits are added after mechanics. They are added after mechanics instead of baked into them. A +5 jab stat doesn't create a jab specialist. Different risk profiles do. Uh-oh. A +5 jab doesn't create specialists. Different risk profiles do. Traits should change how mistakes feel, not just outcomes. Traits should change how mistakes feel, not just outcomes. Why does damage feel isolated instead of cumulative, like it's been added on? Why do damage feel isolated instead of cumulative? Because damage systems reset too often. Because damage systems reset too often. And you know what happened in the corner, depending on your cut, man? They reset almost totally, which is crazy. The damage should be ongoing in that fight, dependent on your cut, man, and the damage. All right. I was going from not reading the script. Because damage system reset too often. Swelling doesn't alter vision. Swelling doesn't alter vision. Body damage doesn't force tactical change. You getting hit with a body shot or a couple of body shots should change. That should change what you're doing. Instead of you keep trying to beat them and complain to the developers about being attacked to the body. Body damage doesn't force technical change. Head damage doesn't affect decision speed. Head damage doesn't affect decision speed. Real damage lingers. Real damage lingers. Games sanitize it for clarity. Games sanitize it for clarity. You should be going into, say that you got hit in the eye in the first round and it did damage. That should be lingering on throughout the fight, getting worse, bleeding, different things. Depending, you could get your eye messed up in the first round, but you're defending it for 12 rounds. So it is a possible thing, not for the that injury to get worse. Damage should be if you keep hitting it, not because, hey, let's do some cosmetic. They're in the third round. The eye should be messed up automatically. No, it should be if somebody's getting hit on that eye and the cut man is not fixing it. He's not a good cut man. That should play into things. Why do comebacks feel scripted? I talked about this before too. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. Don D205 is in the house. What's up, my brother? What's up, Don D205? Let me see what y'all saying in there. You got to set up for another show, Don D. I'm going to put you on the hot seat, too. I want to do another show, put you on the hot seat. There's going to be some uncomfortable questions, too, Don D. I think it's going to be a show I'm going to get if AJ want to come on the show if he want to, because AJ like to sit back with like certain people. He'll sit back. We gotta let the wolves stand out of sight. So he'll sit back and he'll watch the show. But if you okay, AJ could come on the show. You like AJ, and Leafy could come on the show, and we could like hit you with some questions. Cause Don D, he's a fan of Fight Night Champion. So the question is going to come, Don D. All right, let me see. Ghostface Gorilla said, fighting for foot position should matter. Making sure your lead foot is between your opponent's feet is important. Exactly. Especially when you fighting a southpaw. There should be a foot positioning fight. That's why I was saying, when people say southpaws are too fast and different things like that. Yeah, we had him on the show before. I want to have him on there again, but I think we didn't. I think we're just being a little too nice. Just want to hit you with a couple of more questions, but I just want Don D to come on the show. Because, he give me respect on his show and he always shouting me out. So I'd say Don D, he gets a spot at least once or twice a month on the show. So this is a new month. So Don D, you got to pop in. So, yeah. Dad, you made me lose my train of thought. Oh, yeah, foot. Yeah, there should be like almost like a foot movement thing. Unintentionally, because that can like really take your mind off the fight, but unintentionally. But okay. Yeah, Don D say your mind. Yeah, Don D is that guy. Don D is that guy. He Don did that will forever. EB Bug be out because you don't know when you play and Mike play the game, that literally, like for a person like me, because I study human behavior and I see both of y'all play together, that right there is like is a to me, that's funny because you always bargain with somebody. and Mike, he's like a character in a movie. He's a movie character. He's like that guy. You know what he's like? He's like Pulp Fiction. No, it's not Pulp Fiction. It's a vampire movie. The other brother, one of the brother was like logical, and the other brother, yeah, it is a vampire movie. I forget the movie, it had Quentin Tarantino. He was the brother that he didn't care. He'd go in the store. Who was the other brother? I forgot who it was, but he's a major star. He went in the store and he did everything. He robbed the store, but he did it and let everybody live. And he didn't find nothing wrong. But the brother come in the store, he in there, he looking around for everybody. And he see that the guy do have a gun. He got a gun. Boom, 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 boom. He taking everybody out in the store. And the brother like, oh man, you ain't have to do that. That's how I did. And I'm not saying that in a disrespectful. Exactly. You said L. Jackson. No, it's not Samuel L. Jackson. It was Quentin Tarantino and the other guy. I keep forgetting his name. I see his face, but I keep forgetting his name. Even you find that funny, right? Because Mike be like, he be ready to, he like down for whatever. Sometimes you got to call Mike back in. Yo, Mike, come on in. We got to get in here. You might be out there like, hey, I see bullets flying over my head. But nah, I'm trying to might be getting it in. That, to me, that's enjoyment because I love to watch and see how people react. That's why even when I go on the in the forums, I see how people act. People starting to warm up to me because they see they can't break me. Because in the yup, 100%. Yup, you do. You really do. Like, Mike, you gotta come in here. Mike, get down here. Might be upstairs and you hear bullets, you hear ba 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 ba. Hey Mike, you gotta come down here with me. That'd be funny. I know the movie They Are Rock. Yeah. Yeah. I forget the movie, and that's crazy. Y'all know the vampire movie. It got what's called him in there. Cheech in there. Yeah, it's Cheech. It got Cheech in there. He got the Hook of Vampires. I don't know if hope I don't get flagged for that. Dustin Dawn. There we go. Now who the main the brother? I know we got Quentin Tarantino, and then the other guy, I can see his face, but I can't remember his name. Do a quick YouTube because it's gonna eat me up while I'm on the show. Do a quick YouTube. I'm scared to mess with. I mean, not a quick YouTube. Do a quick Google. I'm scared to mess with the internet too much while I'm on because we had a great show, no hiccups or nothing. So I guess me getting rid of stuff today, even everything out. Quentin Tarantino and who the other Joker? Because he played in them other what's that? See now I'm digging too deep. Come on, Ghostface Gorilla, do me that justice, please. Or even you, Don D. I thought you was a movie buff, Don D. Who the main? Well, he wasn't the main star. It's Quentin, and the other one is because he's the voice of the cat, and he's the cat, and he's Puss in Boots. He's the cat. What's his name? Dad, what's his name? I forget homeboy name. He's he's Italian. What's Dad? See. Chat, please forgive me. I know I'm jumping into movies and we talking about a boxing video game. I'm gonna take this risk. All right, we not. Let me see. Give me Take it. There you go. I got it. And I bet you probably found it after the fact. It's George Clooney. George Clooney. Seth Gecko. Yeah, so that was his character? Yup, George Clooney. Yeah, that junk had me. That movie, boy. That's what y'all is, Don D. Your homeboy, y'all. Quentin Tarantino and his brother. Cause he got to reel him in. That Joker be doing everything. He was doing everything. And we all had that friend. I had quite a few of them. I'm like the equalizer, and them jokers. Yeah, I'm talking about movies and stuff. I went way off topic. All right. It all started with you, Don. This Don D for. Because I was talking about what y'all be playing. But check Don D out. Don D 205. Check him out too. All right, so let me get back to this. Why do games feel scripted instead of earned? I mean, why do comebacks, when people come back and fight, people hate that. And it's crazy because if a person set you up, they should be able to come back. And people hate I'm not reading off the script, I'm going off of my head. People hate that you catch them in the last round. And a lot of times when I really pay attention to the fights, I look at these people that complain. You was doing stuff that you gave them a reason to come back. You're still fighting the same way. You could dominate somebody with a jab, right hand, hooks, but y'all like to go full blast. Y'all won the fight. You got 7, 8 rounds. Let's say you got 5 rounds in the bank. And you say, all right, I just catch 1 round, 1 or 2 more rounds. You do that, but y'all think is y'all go full blast every round. And you know what? You are tired. You may beat the brakes off of somebody, but guess what? They're not tired. Getting beat on and being tired is 2 different things. Now, you beat it on them for 4 or 5 rounds. Well, you thought you probably beat on them, because check this out. You probably hurt them one time, and you depended on them being hurt that one time. You probably dropped them in the first round or second round, or you might even drop them twice. And let's say 3 knockdowns, and there's no 3 knockdowns. You knock them down 3 times in the fight. Even though in Undisputed, you can knock a person down 7 times. And there have been boxing matches that was like that, if the rules enforced that. But let's get back to the point. Now, let's say you're in the 8th or 9th round. You are tired for exerting all that energy trying to knock him out, even though you hurt him. And he played defensive. You heard him in the first couple of rounds. So he said, all right, I got to be more defensive. But you're still throwing. You're looking for that head knockout. Not through the body or not no other strategic way. You want the head knockout. So that guy says, all right, I got him. You throw something, boom, he hit you. You're out of there. We got to put into account. You are tired. You have been extending yourself all them other rounds. So you should drop, or you shouldn't be knocked. You should be knocked out. You set that up. He set that up too, but you set it up too. You helped him set that up. Why do comeback fights feel scripted instead of earned? Because comeback mechanics are often artificial. Boosts, hidden multipliers, Rubber banding and boxing comebacks happen because pace shifts. What I was saying was what I was going off of in real life. All right, and in boxing, comebacks happen because the pace shifts, confidence flip, opponents misjudge risks. Games often shortcut that product, that process. Daggone. Why does AI struggle to think mid-fight? Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. I just posted a video today where a guy was insisted on trying to trigger a flash KO on me. He got too wild going for it, and I end up flash KO on him instead. It's not comeback logic. Yeah. AJ Pax said that. AJ Pax. In the end, I timed him at the end of his 4-5 punch with a clean counter. Yeah. And I always say, if we want to be serious, it's with a counter puncher. When a lot of counter punchers, they get their knockouts from is you coming because you throwing something or you do something, you're coming forward and they coming forward. Bow. That's what happened. It's not they're coming, they doing something and they're hitting you, but it's two different. Look at the difference. You see the look, me coming forward. You hear that noise? You hear that noise? You hear that noise? Now both of us come together. That's the knockout. You see that? We both come together. You're moving and I'm throwing a punch. It's coming like that. You're not moving. I'm coming forward. It's not doing nothing. Why do AI struggle to think mid-fight? Because AI is usually reactive, not reflective. It responds to what just happened, not what's been happening. Adaptation requires memory, priority, and tolerance for uncertainty, things most AI systems avoid for performance reasons. And I know a lot of y'all say, why Paul always talking about offline? Why do we talk about AI and stuff like that? I'm talking about the modes that I enjoy. I like the modes that I'm going to play long term. And it will be an injustice for me to talk about something that I really don't enjoy more than I talk about something that I like and I enjoy. I enjoy offline modes. So I'm not going to not talk about them. I'm not going to push them to the side to make other people feel comfortable. Let me see. Why are fence rarely meaningful? I was talking about this the other day, but it's a deep dive. And I'm going to repeat it, some of these things, because developers, they watch the videos and some of them too lazy. Yeah, some of y'all are too lazy to go back and watch the other videos because opponents don't remember them. Why are fits rarely meaningful? Because opponents rarely remember them. If an AI or player doesn't adjust expectation based on repeated fence, then fence are animations, not mind games. Fence only work when belief system exists. They had that in the beginning. The fence were selling themselves. They had it in the beginning, they took it out. Why does realism get blamed for frustration instead of poor communication? Why does realism get blamed for frustration instead of poor communication? Because realism exposes unclear systems. When realism doesn't understand why something fell, realism get blamed. But the issue is feedback, not death. Boxing teaches through sensation. Games often fail to translate that sensation. Why does fatigue rarely change decision making? Why does fatigue rarely change decision making? Because fatigue affects output, not cognition. Real fatigue made boxers hesitate, choose safer options, abandon plans. Most games only slow punches. Y'all see that? And then I know here come the defenders. They're gonna say, hold up, Poe. How are we gonna put hesitation in the game? You could put hesitation can be put in the game because you can do it yourself. Choose safer options. You can choose safer options. Abandon plans. You people will abandon plans. Let me read this again because it's going to confuse y'all. Why does fatigue rarely changes decision making? Because fatigue affects output, not cognition. Real fatigue makes boxers hesitate, choose safer options, abandon plans. Most games only slow the punches down. Why does middle round feel mechanically empty? Because escalation curves peak too early. Everything meaningful happens in round 1 or round 12 because systems don't evolve over time. They just repeat. Boxing is about accumulation, not burst. Boxing is about accumulation, not burst. All right, let me see. Why do boxing games rarely support spectating well? Because systems aren't legible. Great sports games are readable. You can't see momentum shift. If spectators can't tell why something is happening, systems are too opaque or too shallow. They have systems with games. I've seen older games do it, but I'm seeing a lot of modern games do it. There are systems set up that um, the audience or the crowd or whatever you want to call them, they react accordingly to what's going on in the ring. So when they act like they can't do it, that's a lie. Why is realism framed as a risk instead of a strength? Because realism demands commitment. Once you model boxing honestly, shortcuts disappear, and shortcuts are comforting. That's what I'll be telling y'all. I'll be telling y'all, Steel City is picking the lazy route out. No matter what they say, what anybody tell me and all that, they are lazy. They are a very lazy company. And it's a lot of, they're not the only lazy company. But a lot of companies, they try to find a way out. But my thing is the way that I think, if you make something great, you're going to be successful. You're going to get rewards. People are going to acknowledge you. And that's going it's going to be better for you to like if you're a game developer on a team. When you go to another company, you can say, look how great we made that project. Look, we made 2 games that were great. So now it makes your bargaining chips go up here. So when you're bargaining, it goes way up in the sky. Like, yo, they did great things. All right, so let me see what we got now, the time we got now. And shout out to Leafy. Leafy was trying to make me stay on here last night. Let me see. Fighter dehydration is something that we don't see. See, this is stuff. That's a great idea, but that's the stuff that people going to like companies going to overdo it on purpose because if they overdo something, then they could justify it not. They're gonna justify other things. So they're gonna say, "Oh, that's a great idea to put in the game. We could put it in and overhype it or overdo it, and then make fans get angry at it and be like, see, we even gave y'all dehydration." And my thing is get the core mechanics down, then add little things like dehydration and stuff like that. There's a billion things that we can add to the game, but the core things is not. Basically, we have never seen a boxing game implement in-ring cramping. Now you got me thinking. Now I'm thinking. No, we haven't, and that's a good idea. Let me write this down. Now I got to figure out, is it really worth time really doing it? If it's gonna be worth the time of a company, any company doing it? Is that something that's in the ring cramping and dehydrating? Yeah. Yeah, I know what you meant when you said cramping. Oh, what you said. Yeah, some great ideas. I had them ideas, but I was like, "Yeah, that's too over the." When I was talking about them ideas to myself, they seem over the top. So I was like, "Nah, I ain't going," because the people going. They already say some of the ideas that I say is over the top. Um. All right, let me end the show. I let it do it again. Now it's like 3:26. Your show is a bright beacon in the boxing gaming community. See, you did the same thing that everybody else be doing, Don D. You popped in just when I was like, but let me ease on out. But I want to make it an even 3:30 now. Let me see. Your show is a bright beacon in the boxing community, bro. Love it. I appreciate you, man. I really do. I appreciate you. Thank you, man. Or give a reason not to overexert oneself. A perk system creates RNG that turns the game into cat and mouse. And Undisputed is prime example of it. This is why you see a guy spam certain strikes. They know when the perk activates, RNG takes over. Let me see. Let me write that down too. What's that? You said a perk system. I got a billion. I got all these pencils up here, and I'm looking around. Like I was telling you, I'm an artist. A lot of y'all think I just be saying that. I'm literally an artist. Look, that's all I got. I'm an artist, 100% an artist. Here, look, I don't know if y'all can see it. I'm an artist, 100% an artist. Let me see my shirt. My shirt might be messing up things. I'm an artist. I got mad pencil, markers, everything. I'm an artist. I got paint, everything. My wife an artist. That's why I be telling my son, I'm like, man, you supposed to be the ultimate artist. Because it's in your bloodline. It's in your genes. My brother was an artist. Let me see. I get I got distracted that fast because I'm up here like, what am I looking for? Let me see. You say perks. All right, perks start. See, I be doing my research. I'm trying to work for the community. I'm trying to make the community better. Let me see. Perk systems create perk systems create RNG. That's how you feel, or that's what you know. I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna see, do my research on it in terms of gameplay systems without. See, it turns into cat and mouse. See, I hate that word spam though. I just think it's we don't have things in the game to stop the so-called spam. Spam is a fighting game terminology. Let me see. That's a hard one. Yeah, it is. It really is. It really is. But I'm a see. Can I crack the code? You always do a great job, fam. Keep it up, bro. 90% of success is consistency, and you're doing an incredible job, Paul. Man, I appreciate you, man. See, man, you'll make a great vice president or president of anything. You notice I say vice president, right? It was a joke in there too. Yep, Deontay Wilder has a perk called Bombs Away that will increase the chance of a KO. But is that an RNG or is it a stat boost to the punching attribute to put him in overdrive? That's a good question, too. That's a great question. Deontay Wilder, I think his probability should always be in the 96. Because a lot of people, you're looking at his ratings, but I think his probability should be in like 96, 95-ish area of him knocking somebody out, because how high his knockout rate is, that's what it should be. So you got the 4 and 5% that he doesn't have that. So what does the other player do to keep him from getting that 5% that's left over? That's the things. Man, get your butt out of here, Leafy. We ain't saying nothing to you. I didn't see Leafy pop in here. It's like you strategically popped in here. It's like you strategically popped in here, Leafy. It's like you decided to say, hey, Poe trying to leave. Let me pop up in here at a certain time. Nah, man, I'm not doing no 4 and 5 hours, man. I'm not doing it, Leafy. Nah, check out Dr. J pop up in here. I know y'all probably came early. That's my bad. If the game took into account punch force and its effects, then that would reduce the use of RNG. Yeah, it makes more sense. Basically, what I was saying. Leafy said, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, ha, ha, ha. Let me see. Fight Night Forever Revival still holds it down. To the people that like Fight Night Champion. That's what I be saying. I say I have no thing with people that like Champion or they like, because Fight Night Revival and Fight Night Champion, they're Fight Night Champion. No matter how we try to twist it as Fight Night Champion. And I wasn't a fan of Fight Night Champion. Don D, he makes Fight Night Champion more digestible for me because the way he played. But when I see other people play it, they like try hards. They're using no boxing skill or none of that. He actually, with his sliders and stuff. Now, Don D, I never said it to you, though. I think I did, but we both, like, kind of ignored it. But, man, you know the characters, because me, I'm an artist, the art part of me will always be out, even though sometimes I be rushing to put stuff out. and I know better. But my thing is, a lot of people, if you just make it look a little bit like a character, this is a character. But them doggone the Shakur Stevens and the what's called it drives me crazy when I be seeing these characters. I never said anything, but it be driving me crazy, man. I said, man, Shakur Stevens look like his name should be Jermaine Ortiz or Julio Sanchez or something like that. I'm like, where's Shakur Stevens at? Because I be looking at the because I be doing other things sometimes, and I look up like, where's Shakur Stevens? Which character is Shakur Stevens? I say, oh, come on. Or what's come? That's why I think even if Fight Night Champion didn't give us better stuff tools, even though they didn't. I know. I know. I know. I know. I know you did. I know you did, man. I know. And you play it off well too. You be playing it off well too. Cause you be having me all into it. Cause sometimes, like I said, I don't be even watching it. Then when something happens like dramatic, I look up and I'm looking, and I'm like, where is he at? Where's Shakur Stevens? Where's Devin Haney at? Where's he at? And I'm looking, I'm like, where the heck are they at? Where they at? And then when I like really pay attention, I see it. You really do. You really do. You really do. Yeah. I wish if Undisputed was in see, I wish my thing people stop going to my Fight Night Champion because I had a fight night. It's called Fight Night Creations. They were build stuff and they start getting frustrated with Fight Night. Once they start Fight Night Champion, then do Fight Night Champion at first basically did the opposite of what Steel City is doing. Fight Night Champion didn't sell well, but then fans start buying the game to make EA see that they're buying the game so they can make another game. But it was too late when it come to EA because Dana White say, see, that game, you shouldn't even focus on that game. That game didn't do numbers. You need to be focusing your time on UFC games only. And they listened to him. So with Steel City, they started out hot. And then they start losing customers. They did the opposite. And then Fight Night Champion, they start grabbing people again. You see, perks are used as amplifiers. Is a stat booster. And a badge hint. Let me see. And a badge hint. Hence the name perk. Wilder was a problem in Undisputed because of the bombs away perk. It gave players a high flies kill risk. A stat boost. See, now y'all making me play teacher and research them. Stat boost. Should stat boost be in the game? That's gonna be another question too. Stat boost. The perks are stat boost, right? Should it be in the game? Let me see. In a badge. Yeah. See, this is what I like. See, y'all doing what this was originally made for. Us coming together and we're breaking down ideas and finding solutions for the developers because they're not finding the solution themselves. So that's what's great. Is a stat boost the same thing as RNG? Great question too. See, that's a great stuff. Or should even if it, I gotta sing. Because I try not to get too deep into stuff without really doing my research on it. That I could like literally I could be able to like say, hey, well, to know and this and that, or no. Give me a second. I'm writing something. All right. Leafy said, "Oh, Poe, I added a weight shifting. I added weight shifting into my game where you can put slightly more power and speed into a punch. If you throw with the side you are leaning towards." Oh man, that's great. Yo, that's great news. Yo, that's great stuff. That's what I be saying. Still City doesn't have what you call it, a weight detection system. There should be a weight detection system. But weight detection doesn't make sense when you don't have clinching. See, weight detection would have been you would have been able to, and that right there, look, check it out. Listen to what I'm saying. If they would have implemented weight detection and clinching, you'd have been able to replicate the Klitschko's accurately. The younger Klitschko, grabbing somebody and leaning on them, making them get tired. And that should be a thing. A lot of people, casual fans, gonna be like, no, it shouldn't be a thing because you don't want to box, you don't want to think. But that's why there should be options and modes and there should be lobbies for y'all. Don't come on to the people that know what boxing really supposed to be. But yeah, clinching shit like when what's his name? Tyson Fury, he was grabbing Deontay Wilder, messing up his bony legs. And he's making Deontay Wilder tired. He's already throwing wild punches, throwing punches and bunches and stuff. But when Fury kind of weathered the storm, Wilder's tired, leaning on his leg. It's like Wilder was set himself up for that. Oppo, inertia. Yeah, I'm going to tune it up, but it's amazing to use. Inertia should be linked to impact points. Let me see. Inertia, excuse me. Impact points. Let me see. I'm up here writing on the envelope. I should be looking because I'll be having notepads everywhere, notebooks everywhere. Always got paper somewhere. Inertia should, let me see what you're saying. Inertia linked to impact. To impact points. Let me see what you wrote. If only she goes for let me see. Yeah, that jumped up real fast. an algorithm for pounds of pressure from them. Yeah, that's going that right there. Let me see. Let me see if that even doable. I don't even know why I say if that's doable. That is doable. Why did I say it? See, I'm letting people. I see it so much. I see it. Algorithm for pound of pressure formula. Let me see. Ghostface Gorilla said, if only give you 20% of a stat boost, the stat boost is not the problem, it's the bombs away badge. That call this the RNG badge constantly activates. And when that happens, it's no longer a game of chance. It only gives you 20% of a stat boost at the R that the stat boost. Okay. Pounds of pressure will replace total reliance on a health bar or stamina system to determine KO. Yeah. Ghostface Gorilla said, excuse me, bombs away gives you 50% stat boost. Okay. So how would you shape an idea? I'm gonna ask you Gorilla idea. Cause I'm gonna make a post about it. Matter of fact, I'll give you the credit for that too. How would you do you like how it is? I'm also make that into my next show. Do you like what we have? What would you change about it? What would you change? AJ, what do you? I know you had the idea with the in their iterations, but what do you think about gorilla idea? Oh, I see what you mean. So the badge is triggered, but RNG before we can't even use it. So pounds of pressure was from our previous brainstorm. Yeah, and my stupidity, I didn't write it down. I thought I wrote it down. I thought I was gonna remember. I probably got distracted. I'm always thinking about something else. And I'm not old and I'm not getting senile. I'm literally I'm always been like that. I be thinking about a lot of things at one time. A teacher would ask me what I want to be. I want to be everything almost. I always just wanted to be a scientist, not the scientist in the way that y'all see what a scientist is. I always wanted to be a scientist. Though. It was the discussion about impact on change. Yeah, let me see. Hold up, Ghostface Gorilla. I thought you was gonna give me a implementation of how you think that something should be. Do you think you like what they got, and you think it should be done, or should be changed? And I'm gonna write up. I'm gonna try to write up a list. See how that sounds. Let's see how that turns out. Yeah, let me see algorithm. Let me see. A chin attribute is not science, but implementing pound for pressure is. Yeah, it is. I remember who was watching. I don't know if it was earlier videos, but I know even with 2K, I mean not with EA, when they would see it's so much information that I was seeing that never got out to public that you would be like, Dad, did they even talk? No, it's a lot of stuff they didn't talk. Like I think we literally was talking about, yeah, we did, we really was. Me and Brizzle. Because there was a film when they showed this guy, they showed a guy that do karate. They did a guy who does martial arts, a guy that's a wrestler. They all the impact of certain things. They was showing it, and they show how difference they react to, like being hit to the body. And he was doing research on stuff like that. And I did it. I was doing it, and I think I did it before him. I was about to give it to him. And he said, "Man," he said, "I'm ahead of you, man. I just did that." And I said, "Oh," I said, "All right." Yeah, he did. He showed me the same video. He said, "Look, I got the video because I sent him a video. It showed the pounds of pressure. It was a punch dummy. It was a punch dummy, and it showed different people punching it from different arts. It's showing the different ways, but stuff like that. Let me see. I would do away with the perk system completely and go with a very deep dive with stats. The perk system. Let me see how that, I'm gonna write this as a separate idea and see how that will work. Let me see. I got perk system versus stat boost. Okay. So that's basically what you mean. Perk system. I'm gonna see can they coexist too. Stat. Yeah, can it yeah. Uh, what AJ said, with a PSI system, a boxer can have am I reading that right? A PSI system or a PlayStation 1 system. Let me finish reading it though. A boxer can have a chin of 100, but a PSI system combined with other. Okay, I now see. I should have kept reading, but the PSI combined with other situational factors can trigger a flash KO. All these boxing video games are arcade because they can't sustain sustain the science in the game. Yeah. It's like they really don't care. Nobody can tell me because it's like they really, really don't care what they create. Dad, go on. Let time fly like that. I was about to try to sneak to the store and get me some water. I thought I was gonna do this real quick and go get some water. Guess it's fast. No, I got something I could drink. And it's the most horrible thing in the world, but I'm gonna drink it. Not a horrible thing because I drink some crazy stuff. Not alcohol, but yeah. If you know what noni juice is, you know that junk is horrible. I got some noni juice in there. Noni juice is disgusting, but it does a lot for you. Let me see. It will be easier for. I mean, it would be easier to implement tendencies. Man, stop playing, man. Why you gonna throw tendencies in there, man? Why you gonna throw tendencies in the conversation, man? You know that junk get the brother excited. Get me excited because that like tendencies, man, would take things to another level. And I gotta also say, I gotta start actually putting tendencies and capabilities, traits, all of these things work hand in hand to make things more realistic. All of them together, all them systems. It would be easier to implement tendencies of each boxer. The stat system we are given for most games are basic. Yeah. Let me see. Let's see. Let me see. Give me a second, y'all. All right, y'all saying some good stuff. That's what I be saying. People come on here. Y'all got ideas, talk about it. I'll build on them. I add on to them. Because a lot of y'all think things can't be done, and they can be done. I'm gonna show y'all. Let me see. You said Tennessee systems. All right, let me see. I mean, okay, what's going to say stuff? Leafy said, what other things at EA did you talk to the devs about or saw privately, but the public never got to see them? Leafy, if I said that it didn't say anything, that was the reason why I didn't say anything. But no, I just was saying, yeah, it was like, what did I say? The hooks look different. You know, with Fight Night Champion was hooks. Presentations looked different. Let's see what other football looked different. And it was messing up. There was stuff. There's a lot of great. It's like some of the things I just can't remember because I don't want it to blur the line between other thoughts that I already got. But yeah, it was so many things. Like I'm like, yo, they just take it out. Like what I said about getting knocked out the ring. That right there, it should happen. And I hate it's gonna be like that surprise factor, but no, it should be able to happen. That's why a fighter should be more aware of certain things. But when you got knocked through the ropes, I think Tyson got knocked through the ropes. What was put out there? Both of us using Tyson, I forget. But the character got knocked out the ropes and laid on the like apron because it's still a piece to the apron, and he like milled it off. He like hit the apron, and then he milled it off. I'm like, yo, I was like, Silas, like that's what I'm talking about. I say, y'all making realistic boxing games now. I say that's what I'm talking about. Then when we got the game, it turned out to be like what we got. I'm not even gonna compare Steel City to what them games are. I'm not gonna even do that. Let me see what else Leafy said. AJ Pax, I'm trying to change the narrative. I'm trying to put true science into the game. Want me to hop on the podcast so you can get some water and come back? Too late now. I wish we would have said it earlier. I'm gonna get give me a second. See, man, y'all trying to make me stay long. You trying to be slick, Leafy. Trying to be slick, man. A deep dive in stats, basically handcraft. Hold on. A deep dive in stat is basically handcrafted. It's more correct. I mean, more accurate because it takes everything about a boxer into consideration. All right. See, man, here you go. See, you give me ideas to write. Deep dive. When it comes to deep dives, you get more information. Deep dive into stats. See, now that's stuff that I be thinking about. I be like, let me do a deep dive into tendencies, and that could take a minute. Deep dive, and I'm gonna do that now that I thought about it. Deep dive into stats. Deep dive into tendencies. All right, tendencies. Always find a reason to talk about tendencies. I got probably got at least by 15 posts already with tendencies in different ways because I start adding more and more ideas onto it. Let me see. Laughing at Leafy. Give me a second. I'll be right back. My voice is drying out. Oh, hope that wasn't on screen. I stood up. My belt was on the loose. Yeah, sorry about that tag. I keep forgetting. I should have tagged you in, believe me. Yeah, I should have tagged you in. Forgot that. Let me see. Might have to go back and watch that. Let me see. It's about 1 4 4 about 3 something. Make sure I don't want nobody see my underwear. I don't do that crap. It don't freak me out. And it's bad, man. It's bad when you lose weight, like lose a whole lot of weight. And when you get belts, Be trying to adjust them and it doesn't just on the adjust right. I gotta get me uh um, let me see. A perk system is manufactured, in other words, is prioritized game mechanics and not game skill. Let me see something right fast. Let me see. All right. All right, here we go. All right, a stat system represents a boxer baseline. This is what it's supposed to represent. A stat system represents a boxer's baseline physical and technical capabilities. These are always on and define how boxers exist moment to moment. Common boxing stats: hand speed, punch power, stamina, conditioning, chin durability, footwork, agility, defense, head, body, blocking, accuracy, recovery, strength, predictable and transparent, scales well across weight classes, ideal for simulation of computer versus computer fights, easy to tune and balance competitively, feels grounded and sports authentic. Weaknesses. This is the weaknesses. Two boxes with similar stats can feel too familiar, hard to express situational or psychological traits. Does natural capture, does it naturally capture momentum or personality? Bottom line, stats define what a boxer, hold on. Stats define what a boxer can do at all times. Stats define what a boxer can do at all times. What a perk system does. A perk system represents conditional behaviors, tendencies, or special reactions that trigger under specific conditions. Examples: boxing perks rises to the occasion, late round stamina bonuses. Body snatcher, body punches drain extra stamina. Iron chin reduces stun chances. Counter specialist, damage boost after a slip. Comeback fighter, temporary aggression boost when hurt. Strengths, creates boxer personality and identity. As drama and fight specific storytelling. Differentiates boxers with similar stats, feels rewarding for players to build into. Weaknesses, can feel gamey or arcadey if overused. Risk of invisible advantages players can read. Harder to balance online. Can't override boxing fundamentals if poorly designed. Bottom line, perks define hard. Perks define how and when a boxer expresses themselves. The core problem: perks replaces the core problem. Perks replacing stats. Many modern sports games fall into this trap. Low stats plus strong perks, unrealistic outcomes. Box IQ replaces Box IQ replaces by hidden bonuses. Player skill overshadowed by build choices. This is where games drift away from realism and towards arcade behavior, even when they look realistic. You've seen this criticism aimed at games like Undisputed, especially when outcomes feel driven by invisible systems rather than ringcraft. This ideal boxing solution. Boxing's stats first, perks second. The most realistic and satisfying boxing's design uses a hierarchy. Layer one, core stats, always active. These decide who's faster, who hits harder, who tires sooner, who absorbs punishment. No perk should ever fully override this layer. Layer two, tendencies, soft modifiers, not perks yet. Behavioral weights, prefers counters, works works the body, circles left, conserves energy. These shape decision making, not raw power. Layer three, perks, situational expression. Perks only activate under pressure in specific phases, early, mid, late rounds. After certain actions, slips, counters, knockdowns, they should enhance, not replace stats. Example, two boxers, same stats, different fights. Boxer A, perk, late round pressure. Behavior, conservative, early, relentless, late. Boxer B, perk, precision, counterpuncher. Behavior, low output, high damage windows. Same stats, totally different fights. No magic, no arcade, no expression. Competitive, all right. Competitive and online consideration. For online modes, stats should be visible and readable. Perks should be telegraphed, not hidden. Sliders or rule presets should allow stats only fights. Limited perk fights. Full simulation rule sets. This respects hardcore fans and casual fans without forcing one size fits all models. Stats are the foundation, perks are the flavor. A boxing game that leans too hard on perks stops being boxing. A game with only perks risks feeling sterile. The gold standard is stats decides the fight and perks decides how the fights unfold. Now this is something I gotta do because do perks replace traits? I start noticing that. Hold up. Person traits seem like they're the same thing. Let me see. Give me a second, y'all. Let me see something. All right. Just what I was thinking. All right. Traits is different. Traits is basically the boxer DNA. It's the boxer DNA, and perks is situational expression. Perk is conditional modifier that activates only when specific criteria are met. That's what a perk is. Now with a trait is a persistent characteristic of a boxer. But they were saying if you don't do, see, that's why we say about research. If you don't do your research, something will sound or seem the same, and people would be arguing, arguing something. Because I was like, I don't want to argue this because they kind of sound the same, but they really are not the same at all. Let me see what y'all talking about. Yeah, man. Unreal. UD3 is 1% the best MMA simulation game ever, man. I love Underreal. Yeah, I like it too. Boss, I appreciate you, man. It's a tag team, man. A tag popping up. Because it's like every time I like be like, I'm about to leave. Here comes some new people coming in. You know what? I'm gonna stand probably 10 or 15 more minutes. But I appreciate you. That's good right there. Like I tell everybody, at least just pop in. You ain't gotta stay and listen because sometimes I ramble on and on and on. But just pop in supporting each other. It makes things better. That's why I pop in. Pop in, look at your video. I like watching, your videos. I watch them, pop back out. I pop back out. You ain't gotta stay there because it might be one content creator making a video and another content creator. You can't watch both of their videos. So you pop in, still pop in. Just pop in. And 100% pop back in. Dad, you know I'm thirsty. Hold up. I know you know what it is. I'm glad you popped in. That makes that helps me a lot. Hey, Box Out View, do you know what noni juice is? You know what noni juice is? You should know. I think they have it over there. Noni juice, I think, that's where it's from? Yeah, I think it's from them areas. Noni juice. Like tropical islands like Jamaica and different like Hawaii, Samoa and stuff like that. The noni fruit, I think, is native to these countries. It's oh, dad box up, you made me bad. Noni, it's a fruit. It's a fruit. It tastes horrible. And I only drink bottled water. I don't drink tap water. So I forgot to go get me some water, and all the stores closed. So I'm drinking noni, while I'm sipping on noni juice because I don't have nothing to drink. I'm mad to the mug. I usually have a water stash too, but I don't have no water. I'm like, damn. Oh yeah. Yes, it's a horrible tasting fruit. Let me see some right fast. Y'all call it no new or no new. Yeah, y'all call it no new. God. Yeah, so y'all call it no new. This junk is horrible. I don't care what you still call it nasty. But that shows the generational change of like a lot of things. Like a lot of us, our parents didn't play games and stuff like that, so we ain't got time to know about a lot of things. Or we do different things that our parents did. We don't have time to like keep up with things within our cultures that everybody probably know. Yeah, yeah, you know what it is. Yeah, yeah. And I'm kind of suspect with this one because this one is it's not as nasty as the other ones. Man, stop playing, Leafy. Stop playing. Oh, okay. I was about to say. I was about to say this. It has a slight sweet taste, so that means they added some. They acting like they saying they didn't, but where's the sweet taste coming from? Because I know noni is it tastes horrible. I know it's horrible. And I know y'all keep seeing me on screen drinking. I know y'all like, man, the heck you doing, bro? You know, what the heck you doing? Yeah. Yeah, it's not new juice. That junk is horrible. I'm just glad this not tasting horrible, but I know I better not drink too much of it because let me see the side effects of drinking too much. Because I remember, see, I be having all these herbs, but you got when you dealing with herbs, it's be so many herbs that if you don't like actually have a book with you, you'll be on thought that you're supposed to use this herb one way, and that ain't the way you're supposed to do it. And I don't want to be sitting here on the computer and I don't drunk all that noni juice and y'all say, Paul, why you making that face like that? And y'all know that the bathroom has became my spot. Let me see. Too much noni juice. What happens? Noni juice. Oh, I'm glad I read this. I don't need no problems. Can't drink too much of it. And if I had the real one, because this is not, it has a slight sweet taste to it. But if this was the other one, I can't see how anybody could drink too much of it. All right, I don't waste it enough time. All right. Leafy's trying to keep me in. Wait, can you show the bottle to the screen so I can know what to look for and can grab some from the store tomorrow? You don't want no noni juice. You don't want no noni juice. I can tell you what it's good for, but you don't want no noni juice, and you don't want to drink a lot of it either. Um, Let me see. Noni fruit is good for benefits. Let me see. It's good. It's a. It's good for antioxidants and anti-inflammatory and immune boosting. Yeah, immune boosting. Um, just if you do decide to get some, just don't drink a lot. Yeah, this. Yeah, see, it's. Let me see. See if I got it on the screen. It's green. You ain't gonna see it. Let me see. See, I got it at an angle, but you still can't see it because it's a green bottle. Yeah, but no, just look it up if you decide to get it. We should do a everybody get some noni juice. No, get something that's nasty that won't mess you up. Let me see. But I ain't drinking no alcohol, no nothing like that. And we answer questions. We get the question wrong, and then you got to take a shot. I hate promoting stuff like that, but you take a Let me see. Nah, not vinegar. Let me see. I'm gonna think of something. I'm gonna think of something because that'll be a great thing. That'll be a good question thing or Q&A. Yeah, that would be fun. Like we all get a glass and we drink something weird, not weird, but you know we do the ask questions and people don't answer it, and then say I don't want to answer that, and then you just drink it. Dad, let me see what we could drink that's safe and don't want and really mess you up. Oh, I got something. It's gonna mess you up, but not in a bad way. Let's do the prune juice. Let's do prune juice shots, asking questions. And people that say they want to be a part of it, you gotta let us know early and be like, well, we could do it Sunday. Sunday, we get prune juice and we get a little cup. So if you ain't got a little cup, you just get a glass and you do the prune juice shots. And I'm gonna tell you how. I'm gonna tell you. No, make sure it's cold because if you have warm prune juice, that's gonna run right through you. Yeah, prune juice. Do the pro. Let's do pro juice. We can make it turn viral too. That it'll be funny. We can make that turn viral. We do the prune juice, asking questions, and see how people, you know, but just believe. I might answer questions that I don't want to answer, but no, they should be questions, but we just want to see if you. It might be questions that you might answer wrong or something like that. You trying to make sure. Hold on, give me a second. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, but that'll be a good. That would be a great. I don't think it'd be great, but I think it'd be a funny show too. Let me see. No, I don't. I don't drink at all. I don't drink. No alcohol. Oh boy, I can't wait to try this. What you talking about? Do they have alcohol in which one? You talking about the prune juice? I know you and asked me, do prune juice got alcohol in it? The noni juice? No, that doesn't have alcohol in it either. Just don't drink a lot. It's good for you though, but don't drink a lot. And like I tell everybody, you take a small amount first to see. All right, just making sure. Yeah, yeah. With anything, you take a small amount. Oh no, prune juice ain't got no alcohol. You ain't never had prune juice before. Uh, we used to always. So you don't know what prunes can do to you. They will run you to the bathroom, and it does depend on your system too. But prunes, people take prune juice to. Yeah, prunes make make you got to use the bathroom. Make you not number one, but number two. It'll make you use the bathroom. I do it sometime when I think I'm gonna eat something heavy. I'll do it. But I've been like on a prune juice for a minute, so it really don't do me as bad as it used to. Yeah, but yeah. So I went over my hold up. Okay, shoot. I'll tell you in a heartbeat because it's me and my mother here because I take care of my mother. Um, so my mother, I keep a bucket. When I take prune juice, it's a bucket going to be in my room. I'm not trying to wait for my mother to get off out of the bathroom and stuff. I'm making sure I got reinforcements just in case. Got tissue here, got this, I got a rag, I got something. I gotta have reinforcements because sometimes you be like you're peeing in a bucket and you know you're not peeing in a bucket. That's how all that like water just be coming out of there, clean you right out. Yeah, but yeah, man. I've been in some bad um spots before. My brother got me one time. What was that? He mixed prune juice with something that I like, but he didn't do it on purpose. He called himself catching whoever because it was a lot of us living in the house. So he's like, I'm gonna catch somebody, whoever going in my stuff. I told him don't go in this my stuff. I don't want to drink after nobody. I don't want to eat after nobody. So he put prune juice in my stuff and his stuff. So I'm up here drink. I drunk my stuff, and I'm at the gym. I say, oh man, my stomach bubbling. So I was telling my trainer, I said, yo, man, my stomach bubbling, man, today, man. He said, oh, so you don't want to spar, huh? I said, nah, I spar. He said, you're trying to punk out a spar. And I said, come on. My uncle name was Big Man. I said, come on, Big Man. I said, my stomach is bubbling. So I went to the bathroom, came back out and stuff. And it's bubbling again. I went back to the bathroom. They said, oh, he's scared. He's nervous. Man, I got in there, man. I put sparks on that joke I was sparring just so I could get back to the bathroom. If I it's a have pray to God and then believe in him. By the time you get off the toilet, you will no cap. Exactly. Exactly, man. It's like your body be looking for something to push out. I remember one time I was whistling. It's like I was whistling at the water in the toilet. It's like, woo. I was like, yo, man. I said, stop whistling, man. Something, no, please come out. My stomach bothering me. Yeah, man. And then we used to do it in the family because we got a family full of boys. So you know, boys like playing jokes. They used to do that with the not me. That was the only time I got caught out there. But they used to do that. Put Citrumagnesium, it tastes like Dr. Pepper a little bit. That'll send you to the Bible. They pour that in your stuff. I'm like, yo. Or somebody's stealing your food or something. You put that the Citrumagnesium in your soda or your food or the pills or something. And them jokers, when they start doing, you know who stole your food or who been in your food. You put the laxatives in there. Yeah, man. Yeah, I said you trying to do though, Leafy. Yeah, I'm about to get up off of here. Appreciate everybody that came through. And I think this is my second time signing off, second, third, fourth time signing off. And I'm signing off. Please nobody extra. I was about to say that. Please nobody extra come in here. What you mean hardcore stuff? Please nobody extra come in. I'm gonna shout out to Don D 205. Shout out to him again. He's on Twitch. He's on Instagram, and what he's on Discord. Shout out to Don D. Shout out to Leafy. Shout out to AJ Pax. Shout out to JMMA for the interview yesterday. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. Don't forget what I was saying to y'all. Shout out to everybody that wants a realistic boxing game and those that don't want a realistic boxing game. Now I know y'all like, Dad, Poe getting soft. No. So shout out to all those people that want a realistic boxing game and those that don't want a realistic boxing game. We can coexist with options. It shouldn't be a fight. All right, good night, Poe. Catch you in the next show. Oh, hold on. Let me send a link to Beast and get him on the show real quick. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. All right, but you know I owe you for talking slick, right? All right, y'all. To the next show. Peace.